Off the background music I have going here, and we'll kick off our meeting. So,
all right.
Thank you, Eric, and welcome all councillors. At this point, it is 12. I can't even see our clock in here. 12:28 in the afternoon on Thursday, April the 23rd. Special council meeting. I'll call the council meeting to order. I will start by saying that we are distributed, but we are all still gathered remotely on the traditional territories of the Coast and Strait Salish peoples, specifically the Lekwungen-speaking people known today as the Esquimalt and the Songhees First Nations, and their connections to these lands continue to this day. Also, of course, we are doing this through a live video conference and streaming media. This version of it, the Zoom, will be recorded and is being recorded and will be available to tie to our agenda for future viewing for anybody who wants to watch it. We have an agenda in front of us here. I'm just going to get right to it. Can I just get a quick thumbs up from the councillors to make sure that you can all hear me speaking? Okay, great. Thank you. Just want to make sure. We will be just procedurally doing what is essentially a normal council meeting. If you want to speak, just raise your hand, literally in the video stream, and I will select you, and I'll try and just read aloud the order of the speaking order so that everybody knows what's happening and give you a chance to unmute. I have a couple of just short remarks I wanted to say. First, just want to express that our thoughts are with the people of Nova Scotia. I think all of us know people there or know people from there, and that's a huge impact on that community, so our thoughts are with them. We are now 6 weeks into an emergency operations center here in Oak Bay. Our buildings, our public buildings in the municipality have been closed to the public for just over a month. I would say that we've had terrific buy-in from the public, both here and across the island and in British Columbia. And I just want to thank everybody who's watching and all the council and everyone for buying into the public health office's messages. And also thank the staff for all they're doing, trying to keep our services operating at a high level and providing services to our community as well. I think it would be remiss also not to just express my appreciation seeing what's happened in other parts of the world, not to thank our federal and provincial government for their very clear messaging and consistent messaging that we've had that has allowed us as a municipal government to also maintain some consistency with other jurisdictions and hopefully address the public health in an effective way. And thanks to the public for doing all the right things as well, of course, and with a smile. I just want to finish off just by acknowledging as well the hardship that comes with the cancellation of so many of our social contacts and certainly the events. This week we had the announcement of the closure of the Oak Bay Tea Party, and those sorts of social gatherings are really important to us as a community, and they also raise a lot of money for charitable organizations. So there are significant fallouts happening in our community as we go forward. Not all of them known at this time. But just sort of wanted to recognize that and express my appreciation to all those organizations that have to cancel and the hardships that is causing. That's it for my remarks. We'll get right to the rest of the agenda at this time. The first item on the agenda is a Ryzen Report, and this just relates to a meeting that was held by council in camera related to labor relations items and spin-offs from that. Once those were decided upon from a labor relations input, we are now Ryzen reporting to make those public. So we just need a motion to Ryzen report.
I'll move the Ryzen report.
Moved and
seconded
by Councillor Green. Thank you. And then I'm happy to take a hand as a sign of moving and seconding. It's fine. So thank you for that. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, in that case, I will just call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? None. Thank you. So that passes unanimously. And I'm going to leave a little gap between my asks because sometimes there's a bit of a lag on the video delay. And I ran a meeting like this on Zoom yesterday, and it was sometimes hard to tell if people were voting in favor or opposed because the overlap of the hands happened. So the next item up we have is request for budget approval for the Oak Bay Business Improvement Association. I believe we have Martin Cowden joining us for the meeting to present here and answer any questions. So Mr. Cowden, if you're there, you're welcome to turn on your video. There you are now. Welcome. And before I get you to speak, I will also just invite Christopher Payne to introduce this as our Director of Finance.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will recall that it adopted the Oak Bay Business Improvement Area bylaw in November of 2019, and this bylaw established the Oak Bay Business Improvement Area for an additional 5-year term, 2020 through 2024. The Business Improvement Area bylaw permits the Oak Bay Business Improvement Area of securing $500,000 in taxation revenue over the 5-year term, subject to council annual budget approval. This year, the association's budget request totals $100,000 and $12. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Payne. Mr. Cowden, would you like to add anything to this before we get to questions?
Yes, I'd like to say firstly, thank you to council, to all municipal staff, the admin staff, as well as the public works that are so cooperative and so helpful in the execution of our events throughout the year and all the things that the Oak Bay Village Business Improvement Associations does. Especially, I'd like to thank Corinne Green, as she is the council's representative that comes to our meetings. And sometimes we also get Hazel, and we're delighted to see any of you and all of you. That said, these are very uncertain times, unprecedented, and we presented the budget last year as Christopher had pointed out for approval going ahead. Nothing seems certain. A month and a half ago, 2 months ago, this looked like standard procedure. We would go ahead. Everything has changed. I do want to thank council or those people that gave us an assurance that we would be able to have this meeting so that we could forge ahead. We did community outreach, which has been well received, and the thought there, it's all online. The thought there was, let's connect with our business community and the people in the community virtually or online so that they can communicate. We also did a replacement, if you will, or a modified cyber version of the Easter egg hunt, which we did coloring online, and really it was just a point of how can we encourage people in both our business community and the greater Oak Bay community with the limited access that we have. And so we went ahead and did that. And now we will be intuitive, inventive, creative, and persistent in our reaching out into the community in different ways. This year won't look like any of the other years. We don't know when things will change or when our economy will open, when our economic lockdown will start to becoming loosening. So we have to take it as we can get it. I want to emphasize that of what I've seen around our community, Oak Bay seems a very safe place to be. I'm impressed by our Oak Bay police that I see walking 2 by 2 spaced on the streets. I'm impressed by the order that's on the streets, and that encourages people to continue coming out to our stores, those few that are open, to continue to shop and support our community. We will have to do more of that in the future, but I don't know what that looks like at this time. I think safety for our customers, safety for the people in our community, and safety for our staff in our stores and businesses will be so important. And that safety involves distancing, hygiene, and protection. Having said that, we have a budget, as said, for $100,000 and pennies. We also project, when we present the budget, that we would have an add-on effect when we do things like our banners. People buy the banners, so there's an expense side and then there's a payment side. When we do an event, there's an expense side and there's a, say for the markets, there's a revenue side where people sign up. We don't know what those add-on dollars will look like this year. We certainly have no idea of what the support will be in groups like tell us that have supported us with funding in the past for their places, because that's always been events related. And with no events, it's really hard to project what our additional funding or revenue raising will be. So this year, perhaps more than ever, it is so vital that we would have this budget passed so that we can continue to do the good work in the village. And we recognize that it's not just the Oak Bay Village businesses, but there's the landlords that support us. There's the customers that support us. There's the community that comes out in mass and that supports us. And so importantly, the Oak Bay municipality in all its actions, the councillors, the workers, everyone. So we get great support and we are grateful for it. We do need to go ahead, forge ahead. And now more than ever, we need this budget.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cowden. It sounds like the budget is really tied to the dollar amount right now, and there's a lot of uncertainty on those actual line items that are on there. So are there any questions of council to either Mr. Payne or to Mr. Cowden? Councillor Braithwaite?
Sorry, I had to find my unmute button. Thanks very much, Mr. Cowden. You know, I know that the dollars that have been earmarked for events are now basically going to be going to things that are publicity related. And I think that you guys should be really patted on the back for the things that you're doing, because obviously you can't do things that are event related, but you're going to be doing things that are directly supporting the businesses. So you're rejigging something that's a very successful mold that has been around for a long, long time. And I know that Councillor Green and I both enjoy working with the BIA, and I think that you know, we look forward to seeing more things that you're going to be doing online to help support the businesses, because to us that's the bottom line. So I think that it's important for people to realize that even though that money isn't being used for events, it's going to be used for something else that's going to support the businesses in Oak Bay, because we don't want to see a lot of the businesses along the avenue closing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. I'm going to try, and more than usual, where we usually have a bit more informality because of the structure of the video, I'm going to ask that we either ask questions or we have a motion and then we can talk to the motions, just to make sure that we're all on page. Yes, Councillor Green?
Yes, can you hear me, Kevin?
I can.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor Braithwaite. I also think that the BIA will be in a recovery planning mode probably, and we value our local small businesses and our local economy. I know that we've already lost one business off the avenue, Just Matcha, and I know that Carmen Design is really feeling the pressure now of these closures. So I'm prepared to make the motion because I think more than ever before, this budget is critical for the success of the BIA and their partners and members.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Braithwaite? Yeah, thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Appleton?
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, just very quickly. So just picking up on something that Councillor Braithwaite just mentioned, is the intention then to utilize the proposed budget primarily for sort of promotional and outreach purposes? The budget hasn't been revised, and I understand why, but I guess is the intent to utilize the full budget that's allocated here in this fiscal year primarily for the purposes of outreach? And I guess I just have a broader question about the ability to retain a surplus. I'm not sure whether that's even something that's actually permissible to do.
Mr. Cowden?
Yes. I don't know that there's a restriction against a surplus, but I can't imagine a scenario at this time that we wouldn't throw everything that we have into marketing and promoting our village businesses. This is such a crucial time, and we would be doing everything we could to bring more people to support local. I think as much as ever or more than ever, the appeal to come into our Oak Bay Village is strong or stronger than ever. And we want to continue to promote that as a safe, healthy place. Come to our local village and support. And while so many businesses are currently unable to operate, there are some who are, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to promote those ones that will be reopening again and to promote those ones that have carried on. So some have had to shut down, but there's others that are still functioning. And I'm sure each of you would have seen from time to time going through the village, certain times of the day and week activity, whether it be, I mentioned, the Cobbs are busy, the pharmacy is busy, hide and seek, coffee, there's lineups and people distancing. So there are those places that have been adapting to the circumstances to keep things alive on the avenue as best each individual group of or business can. So we will put everything that we have into bringing those people from our community into the village in a safe way. We'll follow the science, we'll follow the recommendations of our provincial leaders and federal leaders as to what the appropriate method is, but we will continue to make our presence well known to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Cowden. Are there any other questions or comments from council at this time? Not seeing. We have a motion on the floor to approve the budget. Seeing no more hands, I will call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? I guess not. All the hands are up for favor, so we're clear. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Cowden, and best of luck this year through the spring and summer, and certainly hope that some activities can happen here again as we get farther on in the year. Thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you so much. We will miss the spring nosh as we all look forward to that.
Yeah.
And we remain optimistic based on whatever Dr. Bonnie Henry says will be appropriate for group gatherings in the future. And I don't think that we'll run ahead of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing me. Goodbye now.
Goodbye. So with Mr. Cowden's departure, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the financial plan risk and financial hardship mitigation measures. We have Mr. Payne, the Director of Finance, coming on, unmuting himself and joining us, and I believe he's going to share a presentation with the council. We will then take questions, and then we can get to motions for any changes, recommendations here. So welcome, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to make sure that everyone can hear me properly and they see the presentation before them.
We can. Can you just speak up a little bit? Just your audio is a little quieter than most.
Okay. One quick moment. How's that?
Not bad. If it's a problem to change it or to move the microphone, then don't worry. It's audible. It's just a little quieter.
Okay. How is it now? Has it changed at all?
It's a little better. Yes. Thank you.
A little better. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Staff have taken some time to prepare a report for council consideration, given the unprecedented economic conditions right now and the risks that may provide to our budget. We've prepared some information for council to consider and some options. So today's presentation will include some additional information in excess of what's in the report, simply because some more information has come out since the report was written that relates to the provincial response to the pandemic. So our presentation outline today will be as follows. Today we'll just talk about the recommendation principles, the principles behind the recommendations that staff have prepared. We'll talk about the provincial announcement regarding property taxes, especially as it relates to local government and business class property taxes. We will present a number of tax increase options and the impacts of those. We'll present the tax due date options and impacts and tax penalty options and impacts. There's also a number of other additional financial hardship measures that council may consider. And then we will talk about the risk to the budget that has resulted from the pandemic and what the current mitigation strategy is. So to begin the presentation, we just wanted to mention that the principles that were used to prepare the report were based on the following premises. Premise that council wishes to mitigate financial hardship on some citizens as best as possible. That council wishes to continue with infrastructure replenishment and strive for sustainable service levels. The council wishes to support staffing levels in Appendix A and also attached to the rise to the report. And that council wishes for the district to recover from the pandemic in an operationally enhanced state. And we do believe that we are seeing some paradigm shifts in operations that will support that at the end of the day. So I'm just going to go over some of the provincial property tax announcements that have happened since April 23rd. Council and the public may be already quite aware of it, but it does certainly impact the decision making today. So the province announced that they will be reducing school tax on business and recreational class properties. A province had initially made this announcement a long time ago, but they have since really increased the reduction. So what they are predicting is that the school tax on business class and recreational class properties will be reduced such that the overall tax bill will be reduced by 25% for those class of properties. So that does not include residential class properties. So we have about 412 folios or properties that are either recreational class or business class properties in the district. So those folks will see a school tax decrease significantly regardless of what the municipal tax goes. They also postponed late penalty date for the business class and recreational class properties to October 1st. So essentially most municipalities operate under what's called a general tax scheme that relates to property tax penalties. And that is a 10% penalty for any unpaid current taxes the day after the tax due date, which is statutorily July 2nd. So the province has announced that that penalty will not apply to business class properties nor recreational class properties until after October 1st. So that essentially allows businesses and recreational class properties to defer paying their property taxes until a later date. And I imagine that the province had that date in mind because they hope to start allowing businesses to open in a limited manner through the summer. So they've pushed it forward, hopefully, to align with that. And significant to local government, the province announced that the school tax remittances that we must pay to them have been postponed to just December 31st. So as you're aware, we collect taxes on behalf of a number of taxing authorities, the largest one being the province, and is the Provincial School Tax. Last year, our total school tax remittances were about $9.7 million. So we collected $9.7 million and we remitted that to the province. The majority of that is due about 5, 10, and 15 business days after our property tax due date. So we pay about $7 million or so in July. Well, the province has said, don't worry about paying our school tax remittance until December 31st, and that provides additional cash flow to the district in the case of in the cases where we change the tax due date. And it also ensures that the district is in a good financial position to pay the other taxing authorities, such as our regional district, which is our next largest remittance. So the regional district remittance dates are around August, and we'll talk about that in the coming slides. But it was designed to allow us to be able to remit the taxes that are owed to the Capital Regional District. So I'm just going to chat briefly about the different tax increase options. At first, I just wanted to talk about local government's capacity to provide financial relief. And I would claim that it's somewhat limited. In fact, our property tax, our total property tax bill is estimated to be between 3 and 4% of household expenditures, meaning that even if we eliminated all of property taxes from one's household expenditures, the median residential property would see about a 4% reduction in overall household expenditures. Although the services are highly valued by our citizens and highly utilized by our citizens, representative of their entire household expenditures is a low ratio. The other thing I wanted to mention, which it's become a bit of a cliche, but I wanted to flush it out a little bit, is that municipal governments cannot run deficits. And so that significantly impacts our ability to provide financial relief to our citizens. And the reason for that is, if you notice, the federal government and the provincial government, they've significantly expanded what their deficits are going to be. So for instance, the federal government total budget deficit was originally projected to be around 20 billion. They've expanded it to about 200 billion now. And that's because they've increased spending to support the economy and continue the economic drivers, as well as provide targeted relief to folks that have financial hardship. And they can do that because they can run the deficit, and they could do it at the same time as reducing taxes. So they've deferred a number of taxes. The BC government, for instance, has deferred school tax for local governments. They deferred employer health tax. They've deferred carbon tax increases, provincial sales tax. So they're able to do both of the things that a local government may want to do that is limited. So they may want to increase spending to support those who need it, as well as reduce taxes. But we can't do either of those without balancing the budget, which really means that if we want to reduce our taxes, it means service cuts or depletion of our reserves. So what results in local government is that all tax deferments that we do, so if we say this year, let's reduce our taxes below what I'll call forced growth, and I'll describe that in a bit more detail in the future, it necessitates an additional increase in future years, unless we want to cut service levels, which is absolutely within council's purview. So I'm just going to discuss on a very high level, to the benefit of the public and to the benefit of council, what the main drivers of our proposed tax increase are, and that can empower council to use its discretion to determine what a comfortable tax increase may or may not be. So the first portion of our tax increase really relates to forced growth. So as we provide services, naturally inflation impacts the cost of those services. So we have to increase taxes to maintain existing service level. But there's other things included in this blue bar, including committed. And those are some things that council has committed by virtue of their decisions in previous years or previous periods. So I've detailed that on the right side of the column so everyone understands what's included there. So for instance, last year, the police strength was underfunded a bit due to partial year vacancies. So now to have a fully funded police strength budget, it's necessary that we increase taxes by $118,000. Similarly, the communications position last year was only half funded because the position started halfway through the year. So we've committed ourselves already before talking about discretionary items to an additional $48,000 increase. And there's a number of other items here as well that are similar, or that council has really made the decision and directed staff to move forward with spending. So for instance, Office 365, we've moved forward with Office 365 to really facilitate our staff working from home and collaborating virtually. So that's a committed cost that we can't really turn the clocks back on. So our total forced growth and committed is $807,000. That's about 3.3%. So if council at a bare minimum wanted to maintain existing service levels, that would be the tax increase required. The next decision that council can make, tier decision that I would say, is the infrastructure replacement, infrastructure funding goals that you have set. So council, as I mentioned, it has set some very admirable goals in terms of aggressively reaching sustainable infrastructure replacement levels. And for the benefit of the public, I'll just explain I'll briefly describe what that concept is. And the concept is that if we get to a funding level where we're setting aside enough money every single year such that we can replace any of our infrastructure by using reserves at any given time in the future, we've achieved sustainable infrastructure level. And what that means is if we all of a sudden have to replace a lot of road because it's aged or pipe, we have the reserves to do that, and we've created some tax stability so that we don't have to see huge spikes in tax increases in future years. Mind you, what we are seeing right now over this year and last year are large increases in taxation, and that is due to the fact that we need to catch up our infrastructure funding. So we've compressed that into these years. So council set some very admirable goals in the 5-year plan. Very preliminary calculations by staff indicate that we could reach sustainable infrastructure funding levels by 2045, or pardon me, 2024. So within the 5-year plan. And if council chooses to reduce or eliminate that increase this year, it would impact when we would achieve those levels. The next decision matrix here we have is additional staffing, and this is really the two exempt positions, the manager of engineering and the manager of infrastructure and facilities. Both of those positions represent together a 1.2% tax increase. One of those positions represents a 0.6% tax increase. And lastly, we've got a couple small things. The new development revenue, we received about $170,000 in revenue from properties that didn't exist in our tax books last year. So that basically means new properties that have been built this year or new subdivisions that have occurred. They weren't taxed last year. They didn't exist last year. They exist this year. We get new property tax revenue from them. The principled approach to this is to set it aside as a transfer to reserve, expecting that those new properties will force the district to incur additional expenses. But given that council is set some very quick goals in achieving sustainable infrastructure replacement, council could choose to defer that, take that in as a reduction to our tax increase, and still achieve most of its goals in the financial plan. There's a slight 0.1% for urban forest management program. We implemented additional $35,000 in funding this year for that program, and I saw some of the arborists out as I rode my bike in today. Beautiful day to be an arborist, I would say. So I just wanted to provide council with the long-term impact as best as possible, especially given that this is a 5-year financial plan. You know, you may choose to make decisions based on the current pandemic, and certainly there's good reason for that. But it will impact the 5-year financial plan, and so I wanted to ensure council is armed with the full knowledge here. So we've identified 4 options, as in the previous slide: 8.1%, which is what was recommended by the Budget Committee March 12th, 6.9%, and that just reduces, eliminates one of the funding for one of the FTEs, as well as using the new development taxation revenue. 5.4%, which reduces our infrastructure funding increase to 1.5% tax increase. And then the 3.9%, which is just essentially forced growth and committed. Now, there is a range of options available to council outside of these 4 options. So if council wishes to implement a lower tax increase, I'm happy to discuss that, or anything in between, I'm more than happy to discuss that. I've documented here the impact to our 5 years reserves. So noting that, you know, again, this is a long-term focus here. So note that a reduction, an elimination of our infrastructure increase this year, so that's a 3% infrastructure funding increase. It does result in our reserve balance being about $3 million less by 2024, and that presumes that council continues with the increases that were previously prescribed in the following year. So we basically would bump our infrastructure increases 1 year down the road. Okay, and the last column here indicates, I just wanted to demonstrate that If council wishes to continue with the same pace and same strategic accomplishments within the 5-year financial plan, what that does to our tax increases moving forward if we had changed it. So if we continue with the 8.1% this year, we had predicted a 5.7% increase next year, which included another $300,000 to infrastructure and additional staffing. However, if we completely eliminate the 3% infrastructure funding this year, it would necessitate a 10% increase next year, just to maintain what we want to accomplish in the 5-year plan. And there's other options around there. If council says, you know what, given the current pandemic, we don't want to accomplish the same amount in the 5-year plan as initially envisioned, then perhaps this projected tax increase would be lower, but council would have a difficult decision, as you do with every budget meeting, as to what to prioritize. Now we'll just discuss a couple tax due date options. So as mentioned, the provincial government, by virtue of the community charter, has delegated the authority to council to pass a bylaw that can really create any number of tax due dates. And in fact, some of our neighbors in the region, I believe Sydney is a good example, they actually have 2 tax due dates. So they put a 5% tax penalty on the first tax due date, which I believe is in July. And then again, if people haven't continued to, haven't paid the full balance of the current taxes, there's another 5% later on. So council can choose to create an alternative tax scheme bylaw that sets a due date for any day in the year. And currently we are under the general scheme, which means we've automatically opted into the July 2nd statutory due date. But staff is recommending that we move that to August 4th, and that will alleviate, in some ways, cash flow issues for some of our taxpayers. So it gives our taxpayers an additional month to pay their taxes, which may be helpful. It doesn't reduce the overall tax burden. It doesn't reduce the overall affordability, but it does move the tax due date a year. The reason that staff are choosing August 4th or recommending August 4th is because the majority of our other taxing authority requisitions are due July 31st through August 1st. So BC Transit, BC Assessment, the Capital Regional District, they're hefty bills that we have to collect and remit. And if we were to defer later than August 4th, it could risk our cash flow quite significantly because we would still be required to make those remittances without having received the taxes from our taxpayers. Luckily, the province has said, well, don't worry about the school tax. That $9.6 million isn't due until December 31st. However, if we push it past August 31st, you know, one may assume that that a number of taxpayers may choose just not to pay at all, so we have no funds available to pay our tax requisitions. The other reason I'm recommending this due date is that's what Victoria seems to be going with, and I would hate to be in a situation where we have a July 2nd due date and our taxpayers assume that they can wait until August 4th because Victoria is doing it, and then we have to apply a penalty, and that's a very difficult conversation, and it's not very comfortable. So if we are consistent with at least Victoria, then our taxpayers will be less subject to confusion. Next thing I'd like to talk about is just the tax penalty option. So as I mentioned, we currently operate under the general tax scheme, which means that we automatically do a 10% tax penalty. That's July 2nd. We can reduce that from anywhere from 0 to 10%. I think some municipalities are varying this. The variation is quite significant between municipalities, so we have the option. Whatever decision council makes with respect to the penalty option, staff are recommending that there be some sort of penalty. And the reason for that is we really need to protect our cash flow. I mean, the penalty provision was designed, I believe, in the 70s to protect local government cash flow. That was the whole rationale behind it. So just a financial impact for your folks, you know, every 1% reduction in the penalty is approximately $15,000. but in the grand scheme of the budget risks this year, that's not significant. And businesses have had their penalty date deferred to October 1st. So we're already going to see a reduction in our property tax revenue. Again, it's not significant in the grand scheme of our budget. One thing I'll just pause here to mention for the folks that are listening and for council is to talk about the application of the penalty. What we don't see, that we don't believe we have the legislative ability or the ability to do, is choose when we don't apply the 10% tax penalty. So whatever decision council makes, whether it be August 4th, 5%, or July 2nd, 10%, the tax collector has the legislative duty to apply that 10% penalty regardless of people's individual circumstances, which can be very difficult. It can be very difficult for tax collectors and for council when a customer experiences financial hardship or other personal circumstances, and yet we can't choose to defer this 10% tax penalty because the discretion hasn't been delegated to the municipality. The only discretion that has been delegated is the how much, so what percentage, and when. So, you know, if folks are experiencing financial hardship, I think they're not going to respond well to a 3% penalty or a 10% penalty. They're not going to respond well, but that is unfortunately the statutory position that we are in. And I have these conversations with taxpayers every year, and it's not one I look forward to that day that day at work. Some other financial hardship measures that staff have considered, some have already been implemented. The utility bill penalty abatement is on the agenda for today. So council resolved to remove penalties for the foreseeable future on utility bills. And we have to be a bit cautious because, again, that removes the incentive for people to pay, which does impact our cash flows. But I've taken that into consideration in the grand scheme. The second thing that staff have already going to operationalize, so this isn't so much of a decision of council, but just an FYI, we've decided to remove the solid waste component on the property tax bill. So there's a fee, and there's a fee for this. It's not a tax. It's a fee for the solid waste that appears on the tax bills. This fee this year is approximately $275. We're going to remove that from the property tax bill, and we're going to defer it until an October billing or a fall billing. And so if you consider the 8.1% tax increase that was initially approved by council, the total impact of that is about $243,000. So in the short term, this impacts, this deferral will impact the cash flow of our taxpayers more than the proposed tax increase. Now, again, it doesn't reduce the overall tax burden. It doesn't improve affordability, but it does defer that billing until a later date when hopefully the economy is moving at a faster pace than it is now. Another thing that has been operationalizing, staff have recognized that parking patterns that have changed. The provincial government has asked people to stay home, quarantine as much as possible, physically distance. So it really has changed parking enforcement and parking patterns. So we're really trying to take an educational approach right now, less of a punitive approach. It doesn't mean that fines won't be issued in order to achieve compliance, but our approach here really is educational and compliance, and so we've adjusted that in the short term. Fourth thing here, I just want to talk about the Provincial Tax Deferment Program. We've heard from we've heard from the provincial government recently, and they estimate that the current Provincial Tax Deferment Program covers about 70% of properties. I'll just describe what the program is for those that are listening who are unfamiliar with it. Essentially, this program is when a property owner applies to the province and approves it, the province will pay their taxes on their behalf. Then they will take those taxes, register it as a lien on the property, and they'll collect that lien when the property either change hands or the owner is deceased. And there's some equity requirements to ensure that the provincial government it has reduced its risk enough so that they recover those taxes that they have paid on behalf of people. The interest rate that they charge on the regular over 55 of age program is very low. It's less than inflation. It's less than their borrowing. So it's a good deal from an interest standpoint. However, some taxpayers are uncomfortable accumulating debt, using their equity to accumulate debt. So they don't want to use the program, and that's completely understandable. So the current programs that exist right now are available for property owners who are of 55 years or older, or families with children. So if you are a family and you've got children under the age of 18, you could also apply for the program. And the province estimates that those two programs cover 70% of people. However, back in 2010, after the previous recession, the province created a financial hardship deferment program. So it really opened up the deferment program to almost all properties. And they've indicated that there was a very low uptake of that last time around. Excuse me. However, but that safety net was probably important to the folks that were experiencing financial hardship. So staff are recommending that the council advocate to the province to reopen that program just as another option to people who are experiencing financial hardship. Victoria and Saanich are doing this themselves as well, so we'd be joining a number of other voices advocating for that program to be reopened. And another little operationalized thing that we are undertaking is how we treat developer deposits and securities. Normally, when a developer is developing a property, they have to provide a deposit for the works and services. So to connect to our sewer system, to connect to our storm drain system and our sidewalk system, they provide a deposit that ensures that they in fact do create those works and services. And if they don't, the district has the deposit to spend the funds to ensure those services are connected. Generally, we don't refund those deposits and securities until the very end. We've inspected everything. Here you go. You can have it. But what the engineering department has done is partial refunds so that as the work is conducted and completed and inspected, the engineering department can refund portions of that. So that's providing additional cash flow to some developers in our community. Okay. So the last thing on this presentation agenda is really the budget risk and mitigation. And we've attempted to quantify this as best as possible. And I hope that the council can appreciate and the public can appreciate that circumstances and variables are changing every week. And that could materially impact these projections. But for instance, right now we're projecting a recreational center closure through the summer would result in basically $2 million in net revenue reduction. So that includes variable expenses that reduce with it. It's a net $2 million impact to the district. Building permit revenue, perhaps $500,000. We're mitigating that by not filling some vacant positions, but it won't be fully mitigated. Investment income is very uncertain right now. The money market fund and other funds are quite volatile, but there is certainly some risk to our investment portfolio. We have invested about 20% of our portfolios in guaranteed return vehicles, which means that we have a guaranteed return on those investments, but the remaining 80% is really subject to daily market conditions. We have some lease revenues that we expect to drop, and then depending on the council's decision, and also as a result of the province, our property tax penalties and interest will reduce. So the overall mitigation strategy to this is we simply won't transfer to reserve the full amount that we had anticipated this year. So in the draft financial plan, we said we're going to tax our residents, and we're going to take $7 million of that tax, and we're going to put it into the reserve, and we can use those reserves to pay for capital and to pay for all sorts of capital projects. Well, if we can't earn the same amount of revenue this year from our Parks, Rec, and Culture and other sources, we will reduce that transfer to reserve by that amount. And that accomplishes a couple things. First of all, it ensures that we have a balanced budget and service cuts don't proceed. But it also retains the baked-in tax increase that we've already had over the years for infrastructure. So we don't, if we go backwards with our annual transfer to reserve budget, then we have to, then our taxpayers have to be incurred to those tax increases moving forward. But it retains that this way. It just reduces this year's transfer to reserve. So, Your Worship, that concludes the budget risk and financial hardship presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
I'm just unmuting myself here so people can hear. Thank you, Mr. Payne, for that presentation. Very helpful, I think, just to have it walk through in that fashion. And certainly, I'm sure we have lots of questions and pieces here. Because this is a multi-part direction to staff, it's not as simple as putting a motion on the table and then talking to it. There's a number of aspects here. There's everything from the philosophical approaches to it to the individual line item specifics. So I think I'd still like to try and keep us to questions as much as possible to start for clarification purposes. And I will direct those to the appropriate staff person, and then we can get to comments following that. So given that, I just want to clarify one thing that Mr. Payne said. It was just a slip of the tongue, but just in case people listening heard it, he referred to the 8.1% equating to about $243,000. He meant to say $243 to an average or a median household. So just in case anybody heard that number and freaked, that's just a small correction. So that's it. I'll just take any questions that members of council may have. Councillor Patterson, then Green. You just have to unmute your microphone, Councillor Patterson.
Just had to rearrange my screen to find the unmute button. Thank you very much, Mayor. I also just want to express my appreciation for certainly the continued work by all district staff through this time, and certainly to Mr. Payne and the other members of our finance department in the district. Mr. Payne hasn't been with us for a long period of time. He's certainly getting initiation by fire, I think, is a good way to put it. But it certainly illustrates that all departments in this district are vitally important to us, and we can certainly see all of the considerations that the entire financial department team have put into this to try to give us information to assist us making decisions. And it definitely is not an easy circumstance. But a couple of just a couple of clarifications, if I could. Mr. Payne presented some ways that we could mitigate by either delaying payments, collecting them at later dates. I am just wondering, and then he did touch on perhaps penalties and delinquencies and that type of thing also. I am just wondering what the varying timelines or perhaps anticipation of delinquent accounts, what impact that will have on our staff workload for the rest of the year. I'm just, sometimes these things, when they go out on one billing, it's very easy to do, but it's much more time consuming if you have to break it down and start to track these things and stagger them. So if he could perhaps give us some insight into that.
Mr. Payne?
Yes, thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Patterson. In terms of the tax due date deferral, so the staff recommendation of August 4th, we don't anticipate overall that will impact staffing levels negatively or staff effort negatively. It will certainly spread out the property tax season, and we'll fill in with other work as we go. There probably is additional work that's required for the solid waste billing, but we don't anticipate it's material enough to really create great concern with council.
Thank you. if I could just continue on a bit. With the homeowners grants, if there was a change to that amount, how might that impact our municipal tax revenues or tax rates?
Mr. Payne?
Thank you, through your worship. That's an excellent question. So the homeowner grant amount doesn't directly impact our tax revenues or cash flows, simply because we offset that against our school tax payments. But now that the school tax remittance is not due to December 31st, should we increase or should the province increase the homeowner grant? Yes, it would impact short-term cash flows. I imagine, though, it wouldn't be significant, because even a 10% increase in the homeowner grant is an additional $57. You know, so that multiplied by the number of folks that we have isn't too concerning. But just, you know, in a note about the homeowner grant portion, and thank you for bringing it up, Councillor Patterson, is that the homeowner grant amount hasn't changed over as long as my career is. Which means that it hasn't been indexed whatsoever to the rising costs.
Thank you. And one more question that I do have, and then I'll turn it over to others that may want to also have some questions coming forward. Have we done any kind of a staggered cash flow analysis to identify when we will have cash flow problems based on percentages of delinquency?
Mr. Payne?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, and thank you for asking, Councillor Patterson. And of course, it's subject to many variables, and I've done cash flow projections conservatively, hopefully. But I expect that if, for instance, 40% of the district's taxpayers didn't pay their taxes, we would run into cash flow issues. Anything above that, we have sufficient reserves and other means available to us. And we could also initiate a short-term borrowing bylaw through the MFA if we saw that coming rather quickly. But that's really the risk that we have at the moment.
And the last question, of course, or just a reconfirmation, the province for this year allows us to essentially borrow from our own reserve funds to offset some of these and then repay the money to the reserve funds?
Yes, through your worship. There's a bit of a misnomer, I think, when people refer to the borrowing from the reserve fund. So in terms of cash flow, we can always borrow cash flow from our reserve funds. What we can't use is our reserves as a funding source for certain things. And if we do, we have to borrow from it as a funding source. And normally the legislation says you have to pay that back at some sort of interest rate. And usually that's the rate of your interest return. The province has said you don't have to pay an interest on it, which does help slightly. But we've always been able to use our reserves, not our trust accounts, but our reserves to assist with cash flow.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll turn it over to other members of council now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Patterson. I think all these questions are very helpful, so don't feel like you have to constrain questions here. If they're for clarification, these are tough decisions we have. So Councillor Green, I have you next. Anybody else want to get in the queue? Councillor Nay and Councillor Brady. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, through you, to Mr. Payne for a really comprehensive report. Much appreciated. And I will echo the comments of Councillor Patterson. I'm very grateful to the staff during this really extraordinary time. I have questions based on the presentation that Mr. Payne just made, just a couple of questions or points, and then I have questions based on the report itself. Is that okay?
Of course, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, on the tax rate due date, and your recommendation is that we can adjust it from July 2nd to August 4th, and you talked about other taxing authorities. if they adjusted their dates to a later date, could we then adjust ours accordingly beyond August 4th, if that was possible?
Mr. Payne?
Through your worship, yes, if they adjusted their dates. I might say, though, it's highly unlikely, especially with the regional districts, because the cash flow help regarding school tax was designed specifically so that municipalities could pay our local government partners, being our regional districts, and they're the other largest component of our tax increase. But it is feasible for other taxing authorities, Transit Authority, BC Assessment, Municipal Finance, to adjust their tax rate. I would say it's unlikely, but certainly possible.
Okay, thank you. And the other question on the presentation was on the solid waste billing deferral. Is this not the policy issue that we had talked about earlier in our term that we might want to look at changing?
Mr. Payne, I believe that the thing we talked about previously was probably the liquid waste fees. But Mr. Payne, are you aware of any previous discussions from our policy on the solid waste timing?
Through your worship, I'm not aware of any policy discussions about solid waste, but yes, we had policy discussions about solid waste billing, or pardon me, liquid waste billing.
Councillor Green, your mute button is on again.
Kevin, you probably muted me, did you?
I did not mute you.
I know, I'm just teasing. Thank you very much for the response, and I'm sorry if I confused that. And then the rest of my questions are concerning items in the report itself. And thank you again for a very comprehensive report. First of all, can we continue to emphasize tax rate in dollars per household as opposed to percentages? So my point here is that other municipalities can make substantial tax cuts because of large surpluses and commercial and industrial tax revenues and bases in their communities. And so when we use the comparator of tax rate cuts or changes, in Oak Bay, I think it's important to emphasize that we rely on property taxes for as you quoted, about 94% of our revenue. So I think it's really helpful and puts it in better context for residents to understand what these tax rates actually mean on a monthly basis per household and on an annual basis per household. So that was just one point there. And on page 2, the first 3 paragraphs, can we articulate the risks of not renovating the hall, providing some health and safety concerns related to staff well-being?
If you want, we can. Do you want me to invite another member of staff here to possibly just address that question?
That would be great.
I just want to highlight those changes are not looking at coming out of taxes at all. They're capital reserve fund driven. But I turn this to Ms. Varela as probably the best person to go to if she's available.
And I understand that. It's just for clarification for the public in case they're confused about where that money is coming from.
Absolutely. I think it's good to ask these questions for those reasons. Ms. Varela, are you available?
Thank you, Your Worship. The renovations for Municipal Hall are one of those opportunities that could present during this time of COVID and the altered way in which we're providing business. So it wasn't that long ago, the thought of trying to empty out Municipal Hall and find a location off-site and finding a different way to provide service to the public seemed almost insurmountable. And very quickly, we've had to adapt to how do we provide service in an environment where the hall is closed, staff is working remotely, those sorts of things. The other point of this that we wanted to stay vigilant to is not only is the hall currently closed to staff or to the public, we have a very limited staff in-house, but undertaking the hall renovations during a time of pandemic and these kinds of service delivery would also present a potential cost savings of a ballpark of $100,000, which is what we had estimated for having to find an alternate site for Municipal Hall during a 3-month reno. So again, we're staying vigilant to opportunities. We haven't committed to a timeline for this project yet. And again, are waiting Council's final endorsement on budget.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Varela. And 2 more questions or clarifications on page 2. Can we clarify first what is meant by operationally enhanced status and better than before pandemic, just so the public clearly understands what those 2 phrases mean?
I'll go back again to Ms. Varela, I think, to answer that question.
Thank you, Your Worship. So operationally enhanced status, I think, again, means us staying vigilant to opportunities that present. The Director of Finance had talked about bringing Office 365 on to enable alternative service delivery again. I think we're certainly upping our IT game, if you will, here at the district. We're looking at internal processes and systems that have been quite ad hoc, if you will, that we're actually trying to provide a more formal structure to. We're trying to see if we can turn some of our staff's attention to improved processes that you might see coming out of the planning and building department, things like that. So again, part of our sustain and recovery planning in the EOC, once Council endorsed the idea of we want to come out better than before COVID, again, we're staying vigilant to those opportunities within budget.
Thank you. On page 3, items 5 and 8, I just wondered if we could explain what we mean by the fact that we have a low rate of development. And I only ask that question because what residents might be seeing may give them a different sense of that in terms of new house builds and housing demolitions and so on. So I just wanted to know if we could clarify what we mean by low rate of development.
Sure, thank you, Councillor Green. I don't think I have. Okay, Mr. Anderson is on the call. If he's able to answer that question, it's probably best to give it to him. If not, I'll probably give it to Mr. Payne to answer.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, are you handy? There we go. It's just took itself off mute. So go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Your Worship,
Building and planning.
can you hear me?
Can you speak up a bit? It's very, very, very faint.
Okay, I will try and get closer to the laptop. But I believe, if I may, Councillor Green was referring to our new development component that Mr. Payne spoke to. And as he noted, that's related to the creation of new properties through subdivision. And I think most are well aware that Oak Bay is pretty much a built-up environment. So there are limited opportunities for that type of development to occur. And that is as opposed to what perhaps is more generally considered development, and that is building activity on existing properties and perhaps development activity that might add additional units to a property, which is a different form of development, which I think, as Councillor Green mentions, is perhaps people are noticing more of that occurring in the community in the last few years than had been in the past.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. Thank you, Bruce. Mr. Anderson. On item number 8, would it be possible just to briefly clarify or articulate the risks of not doing this work? And that is the municipal wastewater regulation requiring BC municipalities to have separate stormwater and sanitary sewer systems. So what would be some of the risks if we fail to do this? Thank you.
I'm not sure who to give this to because Mr. Haran is available on the call, I believe. So perhaps he's the best person to take that call. Mr. Haran, welcome.
Yes, hello, thank you. You can hear me okay? It's my first time talking.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, perfect. So I'll do my best to capture some of those risks. So the core area liquid waste management plan, all the core area municipalities have committed within the liquid waste management plan. Well, I've done a bunch of things to make some commitments, and one of them is to reduce the amount of inflow and infiltration in the sanitary sewer system, And then there's a whole bunch of other commitments as well that are all tied to the wastewater treatment plant that's currently being built in terms of its capacity and its ability to handle wet weather flows and dry weather flows. So the main issue here, risk-wise, is that we are currently have an amendment in with the province to accept or not accept the district's plans to separate combined sewers in the uplands, and the whole region is kind of dependent on that acceptance and us going forward. So in the bottom line, our total inflow and infiltration sewer rehabilitation program is kind of up for scrutiny as part of the core area liquid waste management plan, and a major part of us achieving those aims before 2030 is to deal with the combined sewers in the uplands in a significant way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I only have 2 questions remaining, and then I'm finished. Thank you. Page 3 in the last paragraph, we're described as a unique community, and I just wondered, could we clarify what we mean by unique, and what are the risks of taking a one-size-fits-all approach to local government in Oak Bay? Just briefly, clarification for the public so they fully understand what we mean. Thank you.
Sure, I'll give it to Mr. Payne, I think, to answer. Since it's his report and his words, I'll hand it over to him in terms of how we differentiate perhaps from other jurisdictions and our approach.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Councillor Green. If I may, I'm going to repeat briefly the 9 points that were made to really identify why the district is unique, and I believe that will provide some additional context for the public. So as mentioned in the report, the district's tax base is primarily residential, it's 94% residential, and that means we don't really have as much as an ability as other municipalities to harness taxation from the business sector, which is significant. The district is lean in terms of staffing numbers and for the services it provides. We have an older demographic and a higher percentage of residents employed in sectors not experiencing significant job loss, according to our census. The district operates a very high quality Parks Rec and Cultural Department, and that Parks Rec and Cultural Department utilizes high user fee ratios to help fund it. So, which is a good thing if that fits with the community, and it does fit well with our community. But it's a double-edged sword during economic difficulties because there's less tax funding available to continue those operations, whereas other municipalities have a lower user fee ratio, which means that as activity falls and the revenue falls, there's not as much tax funding that's needed to continue the operations. The district is built out community, so there isn't a lot of undeveloped land, as Mr. Anderson pointed out. Some municipalities are in the practice of using tax revenue from new developed land as a means of reducing current year taxes. We don't have that opportunity. There's a good argument to be had whether or not that's a sustainable practice, but certainly the district doesn't have that ability in the short term to address this real short-term problem. The district was incorporated in 1906, and the infrastructure is over 100 years old, much of its infrastructure. So when you compare to other municipalities that are of our size in terms of population, we have a lot more infrastructure to maintain. We have a lot more responsibility for that infrastructure than the municipalities. The district's pace of achieving funding for this infrastructure is very admirable, and in my experience, I haven't seen a municipality achieving sustainable infrastructure funding at the pace that this council has set. Some municipalities started years ago, and they've achieved sustainable infrastructure. I'm going to use Sandwich as an example, who added a 1% tax lift for infrastructure, I think over 12 years ago. And so that was the pace. The district's pace is 3% a year, or at least it was last year and proposed this year. And that's significant and admirable in terms of achieving that goal. We talked briefly about the having to separate uplands, stormwater, and sanitary sanitary system. I'll comment on the financial piece behind that. We do have a grant out for that separation, a grant application in. It's worth $20 million. And if that grant application isn't successful, and we're still crossing our fingers, we will need to find a way to fund that because we are a signatory on the core area liquid waste treatment plan. And if we haven't raised the tax revenue in terms of infrastructure replacement to do that, that's a significant financial risk to the district. And lastly, the district, we have both a municipal force, so it's a totally municipal force. We don't contract with the RCMP, and a 24/7 career fire department. And there's only one municipality in the region with both of those. And they're high quality departments. Thank you, Councillor Green.
No, thank you, Councillor Payne. Sorry. Thank you, Director Payne. Only because I think you've put a tremendous effort into this report, and I'm sorry to take you through it again, but I wanted to make sure that, you know, the public and residents who are listening today have a full understanding of why we're doing what we're doing, or why certain things are being recommended. And I really appreciate the clarification. And finally, is it possible to articulate just briefly some key responsibilities and duties of the position of Deputy Director of Corporate Services in Appendix A, just highlighting its hiring precedence for this year over the Manager of Asset Management Facilities, which is being recommended for deferral to next year. So if we could just, for the public's benefit, understand why this position is important to a rationale for sustained business services and continuity, financial stability, and recovery planning. Thank you. And those are the end of my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Up next will be Councillor Ney, so you can get your finger ready on your unmute button. But I will turn that over to Ms. Varela to answer. And I know Councillor Green knows the answer to these questions. This has been a topic of much discussion at the council table over the last few months in terms of trying to determine priorities, to provide the services required. But I will give it to Ms. Varela to answer that question. I think the clarification is worth repeating here for the benefit of those watching. Ms. Varela?
Thank you, Your Worship and Councillor Green. So I'll speak to the Deputy for Corporate Services. Currently, this position is proposed to create some necessary traction in our department, both on projects and for staffing levels. Currently, corporate services, the EOC has highlighted what a lean department this is. Staff in this department have been working 7 days a week since the EOC was activated on March 13th. We've identified prior to that the staffing level in this department was not sustainable over the longer term, given the excessive amount of hours that staff have to work to deliver on council's priorities and upping our operational game, if you will. Currently, we have a Director of Corporate Services, and if the director is absent, there's services that simply can't be provided in Municipal Hall at this time, which is also a risk, knowing that our citizenry expect quite a high level of service when they do come to the hall. And as we're identifying the extensive number of tasks, bylaws, policies, practices that we have to formalize and improve our records management. Again, this is something that is expected of a modern local government. So as we shift into those practices, those best practices, it certainly can't be done with the staffing level that we have. So the proposal is to have reduced the consulting budget in a way that matches the funding required for this position. So there is no addition to budget that this particular position represents.
Thank you very much, Ms. Varela. And I really appreciate everyone's taking my questions and giving such complete answers. And I know I appreciate it. I'm sure the public does. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. We have Councillor Ney, and then following that, Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and just ditto to the previous two councillors have spoken about gratitude to and appreciation for the work and the smarts that staff have put into this really unprecedented time. It is really, it comes through in in the report Mr. Payne presents to us about all the work and thinking through that has gone into this in response to the COVID. I really appreciate the report. Just really briefly, is that it gives a really nice historical context. It provides realistic timelines for us to contextualize where we are. And I really appreciate the way you've laid out what the Fed and provincial policy options have been, and in particular the financial hardship measures that you've thought up that we would use pending provincial policy changes that may be forthcoming. I have two questions that pertain to the staff recommendation to reduce the tax-funded portion of the 2020 budget by the 1.2%. And this is directed to Mr. Payne, if I may. I just, the two questions have to do with the way in which you're proposing that be done. And one of them has to do with reducing or deferring funding for the manager of infrastructure and facilities. That's one. And the other that I want to ask about has to do with a slide that you presented in the PowerPoint presentation around tax increase options. And it has to do with the 6.9% option is taken up by council. The way I'm reading that chart is that in addition to deferring funding for the manager of infrastructure and facilities, it's also suggesting that one of the programs that there's an X in that column for the urban forest management strategy. And I'm just wondering if, Mr. Payne, you're able to, the two questions regarding those two items. One is, could you help us understand what the implication of deferring funding for the manager of infrastructure and facilities will be to the organization? And two, what exactly are we talking about in terms of the urban forest management strategy, and what would that look like if we're going to take money out?
Thank you, Councillor Ney, and I think Mr. Payne can probably answer those, and if necessary, we'll pull Mr. Horan in here a little bit as well, or Mr. Herman if necessary on the urban forest. I don't think it's necessary. Mr. Payne.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'll talk a bit to answer the questions from Councillor Ney. Thank you for those questions, and Dan's available for follow-up. Now, we anticipated going through the budget process that it was unlikely that we would be able to recruit and hire both of those engineering positions right away. So there was going to be some additional time where those positions didn't exist and they weren't doing the work that was anticipated. So what we're really looking at here is a deferral of one of those positions, the manager of infrastructure and facilities. And the assumption in the report is that council will wish to get back on track with all of the items in the 5-year financial plan. So that would essentially create the funding for it in the 2021 year, and the hiring would occur there. So there would be some work in 2020 not performed by that position, but we would anticipate, or at least that's what the financial plan anticipates, is that that funding would still be available for 2021. In terms of the urban forest management strategy, it's an additional $35,000 for a program where the district is essentially cut up into 8 different sections, and the arborists go around and provide additional the additional work that was envisioned in the urban forest management strategy, one sector a year. So it would take a full 8 years to go through those to go through those efforts. So that would be reduced. And so now, if Dan is available, did you want to add any context to my answer?
Mr. Haran, anything else to add?
I'll just jump in and just to echo the statements and to add that part of this is an assessment of our ability to deliver on our work plan commitments for the year. So if you go back 6 weeks and then through the whole financial process, there's a certain amount of assumptions of time and effort being put into operational and capital work throughout the year. And then with the stand up of the EOC and the start of the pandemic situation and all that additional work that happens, it's just had to be kind of relook at what's achievable in the short term. So that's why the recommendations in the report, at least for the position of the manager of asset management facilities, says the risks are the same in terms of the work that needs to be done related to facilities asset management planning, but that based on practicalities, we're just recommending deferral for a short time so we can carry on as soon as we can get back on our feet in terms of this specific function within the team.
So am I understanding, through you, Mayor, to Mr. Haran, that the issue isn't so much the money, it's a workload issue at this time?
Mr. Haran?
It really does kind of illustrate how within, at least within engineering services, but I think you can make this conclusion across all the departments. We really are a lean organization. So when we up the amount of work that's unexpected on our plates, it really does change what we can achieve day to day. So in this case, it's balancing the funding versus the ability to make those moves for this facilities management position. So what we're recommending is the 5-year plan reflect the council's commitment to fund this position and to recognize the need for that function within staff to occur. And then after that direction is received, we can go ahead and start implementing that and making that happen. But in the short term, some of those roles and those tasks will fall to me to get done as we go forward.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I was misunderstanding that. Mr. Haran was speaking, you were speaking to the deferral of the position, not the urban forest strategy. Is that correct?
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. I was referring I wasn't talking about urban forest at all. I was only speaking to the facilities management function and future plans related to that.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I actually have Mr. Herman in the room with me. I'm just going to get clarification from Mr. Herman, who's in the room here at the other end. The plan that's put in place in front of us under both the 8.1 right down to the 3.9 continues the urban forest management piece through all of those. Those aren't considered as being removed in any of these options, but that the manager of infrastructure or asset management and buildings is canceled with that first tier down. I just want to make sure that's clear in this option.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Then I was wondering then, perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, to Mr. Payne, if I could just get clarification, because I'm obviously not reading the table correctly. There's a table in the PowerPoint presentation. It reads, it's about tax increase options. And for the 6.9% option, there's a red X on the line that reads urban forest management strategy. So if I may, through you, Mayor, just ask Mr. Payne if he could help me understand what that red X means on that line item, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and through Your Worship, and I understand the confusion because what you saw in the presentation, which would be this right here, includes a red X, and what you see in the report doesn't include a red X. So that's obviously a mistake that I made. I recognized it when I prepared the presentation. So thank you for clarifying it, Councillor Ney, because the 6.9% does really mean that the urban forest management strategy gets reduced. So I apologize to Council and the public for that error.
Okay, so thanks for that clarification, Mr. Payne. So that you're saying that the piece that you showed in the presentation is correct. That does get dropped. That point, it's a 0.1% difference, but it would be dropped in that changeover. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And if it's important to Council that a 6.9% tax increase get implemented and that program get retained, council could give instruction to staff to find another way, for lack of better terms, given its small magnitude on the entire budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you for the clarification. Through you, Mayor, because Mr. Mayor, it does concern me personally that if that's going to be chipped away at, though I don't fully understand right now exactly what it is that we would be losing on the forest management strategy. So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to ask that, because if we do get to this place where we have to make that decision, for me, it would be important to understand whether that will be included or not. So with your permission, may I ask one more question to Mr. Payne or whoever the staff person may be? What exactly would be the ramification of the urban forest management strategy under this 6.9% option?
You may ask the question. I'm just wondering if the best person to answer the question is Mr. Herman is in this room. I could step away from my desk for a minute and let him come in and just maybe answer that question and then come back again if that's reasonable. But this is the question being asked, in case you didn't hear it, was just what is actually that 0.1% of the taxes that's going towards implementing the urban forest? We know it's about pruning and managing the trees, but if you be a bit more specific about what would be lost if we had to leave that. Can you answer that question? Okay, you'll see me disappear here for a second, and Mr. Herman will come in to try and answer that question for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I don't have the implementation plan for the urban forest strategy in front of me right now, but so specifically that money that's in there this year, I think it may have been for some software purchase and implementation. But generally speaking, that implementation plan, excuse me, is the first 5 years of what would be a 15-year implementation strategy to complete all the recommendations in the plan. If that were to be deferred, if that's pulled out of this year's budget, we would bring it forward next year. So there'd be perhaps a slowdown over the 15 years of where we would get to, but it wouldn't be complete elimination of that. We would bring it forward next year, if that answers the question.
If it pleases council, I'd be happy to read the project description and the budget provided by Chris Hydlade, the manager of Park Services. So what he said is that the information collected by inventorying the Gary Oak and associated ecosystems, so that supports what Ray is saying in terms of software to inventory that. It's useful in designing trail networks and provides a baseline for measuring success of their restorative activities. So the collected data is extremely useful and will be reported to the provincial and federal agencies to track the overall recovery or decline of rare plant species in Canada and in Oak Bay Natural Areas parks. Yeah. So that's the description that Chris provided.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. There we go. There's my video back again. Thank you. Thanks for those answers. So I have now Councillor Braithwaite, then Zelka, and I'm assuming Councillor Appleton, you'll have some questions there as well. So we'll go in that order. Anything else, Councillor Ney, before we move on?
Oh, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Braithwaite.
Thank you. And I will also reiterate my thanks, as my colleagues have done, to this report and to staff for having everything prepared so well. Some of my questions have been answered already, so thank you to my colleagues for that. I do have a few questions that I will ask before passing the torch on to another councillor, and then perhaps I can come back to any other questions that I have. Through you, Mayor, to Mr. Payne, I'm wondering, you talked about the businesses wouldn't have their taxes deferred until October 1st, but you didn't touch on whether or not we would at that time also have a consideration of reducing the penalty for businesses. And I'm wondering if that's been taken into account whatsoever, or if we would still consider the penalty at the current 10% for businesses.
Mr. Payne?
Thank you, through your worship. So the district is provided with the discretion to create a different penalty percentage, but not a different penalty percentage per class. So whatever the percentage that council would choose would apply on October 1st to businesses.
Thank you, and that makes a lot of sense. I'll also consider or ask a couple more questions on penalties as well, because you did touch on this in your presentation. But if someone does have a penalty, say a resident, say Hazel did not pay her taxes, and there was a penalty that was going to be put on the amount, that would come to the municipality, but the municipality, and this is just to explain further to anyone listening, the municipality does not have the capability of waiving that penalty. It has to go to the province. Is that correct?
Through your worship, yes, that's correct. It's a very merciless provision, and although municipalities do benefit from it because it secures their cash flow. But yes, we don't have the authority. There are very limited reasons that can go through a Local Government Act Section 315.3, like a natural event. So you could apply to the provincial under those circumstances.
Thank you. And if I might continue, Mayor?
Of course.
Thank you. And so, and Councillor Green touched upon this when she was asking questions, and it came out of your report that 94% of our tax base is residential, which means probably about 4% is commercial. Can you just, for clarification for those listening, perhaps if you know, compare that to what the percentage of commercial might be for, say, for example, the City of Victoria, the City of Langford, just to kind of put that into perspective for people?
Yes.
Information?
I have an educated guess if council will entertain that. I know Victoria is very close to 50-50. Okay, coming from Victoria, I know Colwood is about 8%, I believe. Central Saanich is very close, I think, to 8% as well. Saanich is also, I better not say because I'm not sure about that. We have one of the lowest, I would say, one of the lowest business tax base in the region.
Thank you. And my next question to you, Mayor, would be, I know that you had mentioned that the average, on average, historically per year, or last year at least, we received for late payments of taxes about $160,000. Do you know, out of that 160, what, and I'm sorry if you don't know the answer to this, we can probably get it later, what amount would have come from businesses, not the businesses deferring their taxes?
Through your worship, yes, $653.
Really?
So, yeah, so our business tax class paid all their taxes on time virtually.
Perfect, thank you. I have about 4 more questions, I think. My next question would be, do you happen to know the amount that we bring in every year for retail business licenses, and if that would be something that we could consider to help promote business within our municipality, waiving the cost of a retail business license, and if yes, perhaps what effect that might have on our budget?
Mr. Payne, would you have that information?
Yes, and thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. You asked me to provide this information in advance, which I didn't do, but I have the information in front of me. The business license revenue is $96,000. So that's approximately, 0.4% of a tax increase.
Okay, thank you. And then going to your report, or no, actually I'll ask one question before I go to your report. In your slideshow, you showed that if we reduce the dollars going into the infrastructure reserve this year, say if we went to the 6.9%, it would reduce the amount going into the infrastructure reserve by 600,000 this year. If we reduced it to the next of the 5.4%, it would be a reduction of 2.7 million. And if we reduced it in the next year, it would be a reduction of 3.2 million. I'm wondering if you can tell me, if we did, for example, reduce the taxes to 6.9% this year, how long would it take us in our financial plan to make up that $600,000? If that makes sense.
Yes, and thank you for your patience there. What this slide demonstrates, I'm just going to put it up one more time, is the impact over the 5-year plan. So you look here, $600,000 impact if the 6.9% is selected. That's because it's about $120,000 a year times 5 years. So $600,000.
Okay.
So in order to make that up, if that was deferred for 1 year, next year you would have to increase it by $240,000. So that's a percent tax increase next year to make up for deferring it this year, and then the entire 5-year plan would be
I see.
whole
Right.
as envisioned. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Okay, and then my next question is in your report on page 9, I think it's about the 4th paragraph from the bottom. It talks about the possibility of short-term borrowing exists through the Municipal Finance Authority if a revenue anticipation bylaw is enacted at this time of pandemic. But then it also goes on to say that the Municipal Finance Authority has indicated that they are unable to lend to every municipality in BC who may need short-term loans to cover their property taxes. So can you explain to me how the Municipal Finance Authority would take those requests in? Would it be on a first come, would it be on a first come first served basis? Would it be on the size of your municipality, or do we know?
Mr. Payne, and maybe just preface that by how much you expect to have to go to the MFA for borrowing, at what point that might kick in.
Right, okay.
Yes, thank you, through your worship. Again, according to my projections, which are subject to obviously a number of variables and changes, if 40% of our tax payers don't pay their taxes, then I don't believe we have enough in other revenues or reserves to cover our short-term cash flow needs for our operations and potential capital expenditures. We could take other measures at that point. We could reduce capital expenditures or what have you, but we wouldn't want to. So we could create a short-term borrowing bylaw and go to the MFA. They have no official policy for prioritization. Unofficially, I guess I can comment and say, for the municipalities that have done it to themselves. So if there's a municipality that says, well, we're changing the tax due date to November or December, they've created their own cash flow problems. They might not prioritize those as highly. Right. There are municipalities that are highly impacted by this provincial announcement, such that all their business taxes has been deferred to October. So we're not impacted because 6% of our tax base is business. Victoria, now 50% of their taxes doesn't have to get paid to October. Yeah. So for those municipalities, I imagine they would receive higher priority than someone like us.
Right, thank you. And I'll leave off with my last question, which is more of a comment or an explanation through you, Mayor, to Mr. Payne once again. And that is that some of the correspondence that I've been reading, or the comments that I've been seeing from people, have been talking about how Oak Bay has not made a reduction in staff throughout this pandemic. And I just want you to touch on how many people have been laid off from our staff pool, and the majority of them are through Parks, Rec and Culture. And if you could just touch on the number of staff that have been laid off because of this pandemic already.
Mr. Payne.
I'm struggling to recall how many. If you could give.
I think I can answer the question here. I can either put Ms. Varela on, or I can, if you want. We have 250. If I may just answer that question, there's 250 staff at Parks, Rec and Culture that you can define it how you want. Many auxiliaries not hired or laid off during this time. That's the primary source of staffing reduction so far, is that 250. And we're in a very unusual state for the region, I will just say on my own accord, in that we do have 3 recreation centers plus a number of other facilities. Very few other, actually no other jurisdiction entities in the region have that many to deal with. So that's why our layoff numbers are so high.
Thank you. That's I'll stop asking questions right now to allow for other councillors to ask. And thank you very much for the answers.
No worries. And I benefit from having 2 of the staff here and 3 of the staff in the chambers here with me to sort of give me short answer. So thank you for that. I have next here Councillor Zelka and then Councillor Appleton. So Councillor Zelka, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to have to take my headphones off so I don't get an echo. So does that sound all right to you?
It does.
Okay, great. I will, on the other hand, have to keep this on so I can hear you. Okay, so what I wanted to ask is a few clarifying questions, if I may. Thank you. In the presentation provided by Director of Finance, I was wondering if you could possibly pull it up. One of the first slides that came up had to do with some of the assumptions that the report was built on. I just wanted to ask a question about assumption number 2, if I may.
Sure, thank you. And we'll have Mr. Payne bring that up.
The assumption of the report suggests that, let's see, number 2. Yes, the concept of continuing with the infrastructure replacements and striving for sustainable service levels is sort of based on the priorities and the plan that we've laid out and already have approved. I just wanted to ask through you, Mayor, to staff, what would be the process for us to modify our list of priorities separate, which this financial plan is built upon? It seems to me that staff cannot modify the already approved priorities and already approved timelines that we've put forward. But I just wanted to confirm that and ask what might the process be so that we could potentially break one of the assumptions of that seems to be built into this report, where we're trying to achieve and maintain a plan, and if we modify it here, then we have to somehow beef up funding or taxes there to try and maintain this plan. So what would be the process to change the plan?
Mr. Payne, I believe there'll just be a motion at the end of this process, and we're making our recommendations to staff. But Mr. Payne, from
Through your worship, it really depends on the depth and breadth of the changes that council wishes to see. As you're aware, we've been through a number of strategic planning meetings that are quite significant in detail and discussion. And so if there are simple changes to the plan, a motion absolutely would that could be debated by council would be appropriate at this time. Otherwise, I would only suggest a separate meeting. Mind you, if the changes that you're recommending would impact this financial plan, it is something that would need to be addressed rather quickly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I guess I now need to ask a clarifying question. There have been deadlines in the past for us to have our 5-year plan and bylaw approved and signed off. If I recall, it's May 15th or somewhere in that timeline. Has that date been changed yet by the province, or do we anticipate potential modifications to allow us some flexibility as we all figure out our finances in this process?
Through your worship, to my knowledge, that date for bylaw adoption of the financial plan has not been changed. So it still is prior to May 15th that it has to be done. They have provided the ability for bylaw adoption to be all in one meeting. So all 4 readings in one. to speed that up. And they have deferred deadlines for other financial reporting deadlines, but not for financial planning, to my knowledge.
Thank you. That's very helpful. The next question I want to ask has to do
Councillor
with
Zelka.
ND. Oh,
Sorry,
sorry?
Councillor Zelka, I'm just going to interrupt you, not because you're doing anything wrong, but it just, apparently there's a hand or two up in the viewers folders, and we don't have a way of soliciting information from the chat. So if there's a question that someone watching wants to answer, this is not a public participation meeting that we can take that input, but if someone wants to email me, I'll do my best to try and ask any question that hasn't been asked at the end of this. So you can just email mayor@oakbay.ca, and I'll do my best to try and reflect any additional questions that might be coming from people watching to this meeting. So go ahead, Councillor Zelka.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I guess related to that, I noticed that a number of correspondence questions were received, and within the spirit of public participation for council meetings, I would hope that maybe some of the questions in that correspondence could potentially be answered, but I'll leave it to you to determine whether we need to read the questions out as councillors or whether it could just simply come from the correspondence.
I think if there's any questions that you feel have not been adequately answered that you think would be of benefit, then by all means, any member of council can ask those questions. But I can't ask staff to go through and try and make that determination. It's really up to us whether or not we want to amplify those questions or not.
Understood. Thank you. So proceeding then with my questions about the report, the excellent report, and allow me to echo the words of council. Fabulous work done by staff. And I do appreciate all the work that the finance team has to somehow pull all this together in these strange times. So my next question has to do with NDT, or I guess new development taxation. I just wanted to confirm, is this tax portion only for a few houses, a few developments in Oak Bay, or would it be applied district-wide? So the 0.5% tax increase that's related to NDT, how many houses did that apply to?
Mr. Payne, this is reference to just the changes in taxation base here. If you could just answer that question.
Yes, through your worship. It's just, I've identified the tax that is on new property, but it's still part of the same district-wide tax base. So there's there's a couple dozen new properties, new folios that have either been subject to subdivision or new buildings that are subject to new builds. So I've just identified them differently because it's a tax on properties that didn't exist previously, but it all gets rolled into our district-wide property tax roll.
I absolutely understand that the funds generated from that go into general pooling for use by anywhere in the district. But with respect to a tax bill received by an Oak Bay citizen, how many families or how many households would be affected by that 0.5% increase, please? Approximately.
Well, through your worship, all taxpayers would, and I understand why that answer would be confusing. It is simply a method by which we determine the overall tax rate. So if you decide that because new properties have been added, that would reduce the overall tax burden to all taxpayers, then we would just reduce the tax rate. If, however, you recognize that there's new tax revenue from them, then the tax rate is increased. So it's really, what you're really making a decision between is a higher or lower tax rate, and I've just identified the revenue on a separate line.
Okay, thank you very much. That does clarify things. I very much appreciate the ideas that are being brought forward to defer penalties and to modify the percentage charged should people are late with their payments. So I'm looking forward to seeing motions coming forward in those areas, since I'm very much open to some of those ideas. The next question has to do with the urban forest management. In the report presented to us, I'm sorry, it was a bit confusing, and I would hope that urban forest management would stay in all 4 of the plan options. As I see, one of the tables shows it out, but the original table, at least in the plan here, in section 3, table seems to show that urban forest management strategy is in all 4 plans. And I would hope that, and if necessary, I'd be fine to put forward a motion to see that urban forest management strategy stay in all 4. I also see that as supporting the meaningful work that would be available to Oak Bay staff to collect the data and to do the work necessary to see that this important project, proceed. I presume it would just be a motion to proceed that, or would that have to do with some other approval method?
No, so what I'll do is when we come to the staff recommendations, we'll walk through those. I've made a note to include the discussion around the urban forest, inclusion of that in our process going forward.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. So the next question has to do with access to short-term funding. Again, in these strange times, God forbid we have a second or a third wave of the pandemic come forward that would force us to have a shutdown, God forbid, longer than the end of summer. If history is any guide, that may actually happen until a vaccine is approved, is found. So I imagine whatever plan we come up with here could always be modified later, but once that tax bill is out, those funds are certainly fixed in place. So I really much appreciate this opportunity to modify the plan as we see going forward. Right now, I am leaning towards the 5.4% or that particular column, the options in that area. But I'm definitely looking forward to hearing what other councillors have to say in that area.
Thank you, Councillor.
And I'm also pleased to see, by the way, that the Office 365 process is going forward. Again, with all this financial teamwork that is going on for this work, I know that you're also responsible for the IT infrastructure, and that will only help with better management of files, FOI, and of course, this whole process of being able to allow staff to work safely from home. So thank you so much for seeing that being pushed through as quickly as you have. That's all my questions just for now. I may have more later. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have one more question.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. It was underneath a sticky note here. One of the questions that came forward in the correspondence made reference to a finance committee, that this might be a good time, especially in the time where we have all of our committees and commissions essentially furloughed, might be a way of saying it. I know we have such expertise available in the community, and it would be a shame not to find some way to draw upon that expertise. So I raise that as an idea for us to consider at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Zelka. My habit here is to hit my microphone button when I'm talking, so it's hard for me not to do that when I'm sitting here. Next up, we have Councillor Appleton. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got 2 questions that somewhat relate to one another, probably for the Director of Engineering, and then a question for Mr. Payne. With respect to infrastructure contributions and infrastructure needs over the next couple of years, I'm just wondering, we touched briefly on upland sewer separation and the significant federal grant that's needed to really get that off the ground. That's a significant capital expenditure in our 5-year plan. This is very much blue sky, and I think that the answer is probably very nebulous at this stage of the game, but I'm just wondering whether there's any information that Mr. Haran could provide about whether or not that granting program seems likely to proceed, whether or not there's been any concerns identified with whether or not that grant program is really even going to go ahead, whether or not it's compromised our ability to get that grant, and how that might influence our planning for that project, which is a major project in the 5-year plan.
It's a good question. Thank you, Councillor Appleton. Mr. Haran, has there been any indications that those standing grants might not be available this year?
Sorry, Your Worship, I was having a hard time figuring out how to unmute myself there. So I have not, and we have not heard any details about the specific Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program grant program, the timelines in terms of when they were off to the province for review, If it had not been for delays related to COVID, I would have probably reached out to say, hey, how's it going? Like for our contacts, but haven't had a chance to do that yet. But I think the strategy that we would need to follow now in terms of grants in general and infrastructure projects in general is probably similar to what we try to do anyway, which is to identify as many projects that are suitable for grants, even if we don't know what those grant programs are. And if we can get ourselves ready, as close to shelf ready, or at least well defined for what needs are and how to capture those needs, and to be agile enough to respond to those. So I think that touches on a little bit of that whole coming out of this situation better than before, which means just anticipating that the likelihood is high that over the next few years that there will be more grant programs related to infrastructure than less. So our team is working hard to get ready to position ourselves to make the case for Oak Bay's infrastructure and try to take advantage of those if they exist in the future.
Thank you, Grant. I was just going to add one piece to that. I think council is aware, but the public may not be, in terms of the process for the uplands in particular, because it's such a large project. The plan that's in front of the province now through the CRD for approval essentially looks at using grants to offset those costs. However, still guarantees that we will do that work within a certain timeline, even if we can't get grants. So we're still going down the grant process, but at the end of the day, we have to do the work no matter what. So that is certainly on our, in terms of choosing which projects to do, that's a bit of an anvil hanging over our head until we finally get the approval for some grants to do that work. Go ahead, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, and that's a really good segue. My second question really relates very much to what Mr. Horan just referenced. We have a couple of different options in front of us as far as a tax increase. If we consider option 3, that contemplates reducing the infrastructure contribution from 3% to 1.5%. I'm just wondering whether or not Mr. Horan could comment on if that option was exercised to essentially cut that infrastructure contribution in half, how that would influence his group's ability to essentially develop those projects that would respond to the anticipated granting that he just referenced. So essentially, does that put us in a worse position to be able to respond to any upcoming grants that might pertain to infrastructure?
And I'll give that to Mr. Horan, but I'll also allow Mr. Payne to answer, because this is, again, the two-headed team here that are managing all of our asset management. So Mr. Horan, do you want to answer that question?
I'll take a crack at it, and I just realized I hadn't quite answered the last question related to the grants in the uplands. So I'll just quickly say the 5-year financial plan that's in front of you right now, that the aspects related to the upland sewer separation, there's an assumption there that we'd be successful in the grant to go forward on the timeline in terms of the funding required to make that happen. If the announcement occurred, at some point this year that we were not successful, then it would kind of, from a staff perspective, we would take another look and say, okay, well, now what? What are the future grant opportunities? And based on the timelines of when we're supposed to deliver on this sewer separation, I would come back to council with some further recommendations about how to make some progress going forward. As to this question, I think the 3% or the 1.5% options in terms of infrastructure funding, those are intended to be transfers to reserves to make sure that we achieve sustainable funding levels for the long term. So they wouldn't necessarily impact our program right now, but they would certainly lengthen the amount of time that it would take for the district to say that it's got a sustainable infrastructure funding level. And it would likely, in my humble opinion, speak to the district's commitments around achieving that sustainable service delivery. And in those grant applications, we always have to include quite a lot of information about what our asset management program looks like, what changes we've made to be better at asset management in terms of management practices, but also in terms of funding levels. So I would recommend highly staying the course when it comes to that for this particular reason, so that it can show that commitment towards being sustainable for infrastructure in the long term.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything to that?
No, that's fine, and I appreciate those comments. And like I mentioned, I have just one final question for Mr. Payne, I believe. Mr. Payne, what I notice in the report, just as far as revenue options and revenue vulnerabilities that are identified in the report, one of the other sources that I understand that council might want to consider including to respond to the uncertainty around the budget that's going to happen in the back half of this year is the special initiatives list that's in the 2020 budget. We do in the current draft financial plan, we have well over $1 million of special initiatives that are delineated for 2020 in the financial plan. I recognize that some of those are limited in their ability to be reallocated. Some are already in play. But I just wonder whether you could sort of elaborate in this open for members of the public who might be interested, whether or not, what options exist towards reallocating some of those funds in special projects should it become necessary, and how that might be done.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I'll pass that to Mr. Payne. I just want to let people know, if they're watching at home, if you go to the version 4 of the financial plan, this is the page 13. It's the table that this has this information. You can see there the projects that are allocated by the in the draft financial plan for these projects. So just for anybody following at home, just so they can see what we're talking about here. Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Appleton. Yes, we've got approximately $1.3 million allocated in the budget for special initiatives, and a lot of those initiatives relate very closely to Council's strategic plan. They're either referenced specifically or they're studies that support larger objectives in the strategic plan. And the funding for those special projects are prior year surplus, and that basically means if we had a budgetary surplus, so we underspent or we over-earned, that was unanticipated, unbudgeted, it's additional funds. It goes into our accumulated surplus reserve. So we can't use funding from there to reduce, well, we can use it to reduce a tax increase. It's not recommended by council because it's not a sustainable source of revenue. But you could certainly reallocate those funds for other one-time programs. And I believe, Councillor Appleton, you've asked me to provide a couple examples. I'm not terribly creative, but you could create a program, say, let me make reference to a question that Councillor Braithwaite had about reducing the business license revenue, for instance, or business license fee. You could use those funds instead for just this year, eliminating business license fees. Or you could possibly create a financial hardship program, grant program, where folks can apply for the district to pay their property tax penalty on their behalf. These are all very conceptual at this point. You would certainly have to ask staff to come back with ideas on how that would happen, and it would take work. Now, if you wanted to accomplish that, the staff could still move forward with the financial plan as described now, because it gets rolled up into a very high level, and we would proceed with the tax rate depending on the tax rate bylaw, depending on how council wants staff to proceed with that. And then we could reallocate as necessary as council as directed throughout the year. It wouldn't change the overall financial plan balance, so certainly possible. We would come back, of course, with a number of projects that are currently underway, which we would recommend not removing funding for, but that information would be forthcoming depending on council's direction.
Absolutely, and thank you for that. No need to be creative at this stage of the game. I think really my intent for asking the question was around my recognition of the fact that there are so many unknowns about what sort of financial situation may look like 3 to 6 to 9 months down the road, and that staff are fairly significantly constrained about where they might access. I don't want to use the word discretionary funding, but funds that may have a little bit more of a a broad application for unanticipated. So I'm not sure we necessarily need a laundry list right now, because the exact reason that we might need those funds is because we've got unanticipated costs that are coming. So, Your Worship, I thank you for that, Your Worship. And I think, as you referenced earlier, as we discussed the staff recommendations, if you're going to be looking for motions to address this issue, I would put forward a motion for that at that time.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Appleton. Any other questions from any of the other, Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to my councillor colleagues who have asked many of the questions, and it's nice to hear multiple voices and not just listen to one person. So thank you to all of them for doing that. I do have a few more questions, certainly as it pertains to Section 5 of the report, the budget risks. It outlines that basically Parks, Rec, and Culture, and thank you, Mayor, you went over certainly the layoffs that have occurred because of changes, and certainly no programs going on right now. In the report, of course, it indicates that almost 35% of that operating budget comes from taxes, about 4.7 million. And I just noted out of interest when I was looking at that if I went back and I looked at the capital funding allocated for roads, drains, sewers, and water lines, it's about the same amount. So, it certainly says, and I know that the district really appreciates our Parks, Rec, and Culture, but it does show that where a lot of the money has been allocated, and it hasn't been allocated to other infrastructure. But for the Parks, Rec, and Culture, it is such a major portion of our operating budget that comes from taxes. Do we understand what the percentages of fixed versus variable taxes are for Parks, Rec, and Culture?
I'm going to give that to Mr. Payne.
Through Your Worship, Councillor Patterson, I believe you're asking, do we have an idea of fixed versus variable cost? Does that make sense?
Right.
Yes. Yes, we have a matrix of what we believe are fixed and variable, and of course it's a little bit fluid, right? It can change. Like, for instance, usually under normal circumstances, maintaining the pool would be a fixed cost, right? But under a longer period disruption, that could be converted to a variable cost. Now, if you were to ask me right now what that ratio is, I wouldn't be able to answer you. I apologize for that. But it's information that we certainly use to forecast what the net impact is going to be under certain circumstances. And I have to give a lot of credit to the financial staff at the Rec and Culture Department and Ray, because they've created a number of forecasts based on closure of that for long term, and they've looked at all that in detail.
Good. I mean, certainly commend them for taking the initiative to do that. I'm sure they're all very diligent and concerned about how we go forward coming out of this. The report does say that depending on, of course, what happens with Parks, Rec, and Culture, that a significant decrease in program revenues would increase the need for tax funding. So what do we know about that? What can staff tell us about what we know coming out of first quarter of 2020 to perhaps look forward? Because if we're trying to set tax rates, but we're going to come out of this with more taxation coming out of Parks, Rec, and Culture because of the lack of revenues, at what point in time will that be determined?
Mr. Payne, I know there's a $2 million number listed here in terms of a number. Maybe you can just address what that is and what the scope of scenarios played out includes.
Yes, thank you, through Your Worship, to Councillor Patterson. The $2 million net revenue loss represents the financial impact to the district should the rec centers be closed through August. The Parks Rec and Culture Department are working on full year forecasts. So the assumption that the Parks Rec and Culture facilities remain closed through 2020. And when that happens, much of the user fee revenue that would normally be coming in isn't coming in. Now, the point of the note in the financial plan is such that if economic activity doesn't return to historic volumes in 2021, then council will have to make a decision to either reduce service at the Parks Rec and Culture Department or increase taxes to offset the lower volumes in user fees from foot traffic coming in there. And that really does speak to what you were referring to earlier as fixed costs, because much of the costs remain the facilities, heating the facility, paying the administrative staff. Those are referred to as fixed costs, and those fixed costs remain regardless of the volume of users. There are lots of costs that decline alongside of users. So this $2 million numbers takes that into consideration. It's the I believe the actual revenue loss projection was closer to $4 million, but there's a reduction in expenses to offset that by $2 million. So the net is $2 million. I hope that provides clarity to your question.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I know it's particularly with our Parks and Rec and Culture Department that they really have a lot of fluid changing situations within that department simply because of no forecasting on when they're going to get back up to speed. And then even if they are open, how quickly users would return to it. Now, Ms. Varela also touched on, so looking at things like that, Ms. Varela touched on, for instance, savings from the municipal hall renovations project. So that brings some savings into the budget as well. I noted that later in this agenda, we'll be looking at the budget for the roof over the pool at the rec center, and there are savings over the estimates of that was factored into the budget. But the report does touch on, depending on what transpires and how we come out of this, that there could be other services could be reduced. And I guess when I think of particularly the assets, the roads, the sewers, and the water lines, for instance, coming out of this, we talk about, being fully resourced to come back stronger. But part of the resilience to me is also certainly in our core infrastructure, and it is a responsibility of council. We do face a unique circumstance, being an aging community, for infrastructure, and there has been a huge funding gap over the years. So when I think about the resiliency of those, by reducing the budget to get through this, we further push out the work that is needed to be done. And in part of this budget, the engineering department actually recommended, and council agreed to, enhance the staffing to deal with increasing repairs to our aging infrastructure. So just as we want to come out of this stronger with certainly the staffing to do work, I think it's important for council also to consider that we come out with it being resilient as to our infrastructure. And when I look at the budget, that brings me back again to a very important component, and that is the essential services. In the Moore-Wilson report, there are a number of buildings that are identified as essential services, one of them being the police department and the fire department, the fire hall. And there are capital plans included for work to those buildings. And if we follow the recommendation of staff that the manager of asset and management of facilities be postponed because of lack of capacity on staff. The Moore-Wilson report did state that prior to recommending additions to capital works for the police and fire station, that further work should be done to undertake a needs analysis. So with staff's recommendation to defer hiring in this position, I know Mr. Haran has said that, you know, it would probably put extra work upon him, but I guess I will ask, is this realistic to what is in our reports deemed an essential service? And what does that do to our resiliency coming out of this?
I turn that to Mr. Haran, I think, is probably the one who's got to be responsible for managing that department. Mr. Haran, can you address sort of the broader questions being asked by Councillor Patterson? And you're on mute currently. There we go.
So I think I'm having a bit of a hard time figuring out which question to answer, like which part of it. So as I listen to the lead up to the question, maybe if I could just ask through you, Chair, for Councillor Patterson, just to kind of summarize the question at the end, because I don't want to cover too much ground. So if I could, thank you.
I think that if we could, you know, start by there was a recommendation and it was accepted by council for additional staffing to deal with repairs of the infrastructure. And so certainly if we reduce our funding for infrastructure, as you've said, it doesn't necessarily impact this year's budget, but will impact future budget. So could you know, what is not included in this piece to me is when we talk about infrastructure funding, is actually the sustainability ratio for that would give a better indication of what our risks are with certainly our core infrastructure.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. Through you, Chair, I think the best way to answer this question is there's two aspects. So the first one is the aspects of the financial plan and in the report that's on the agenda today that talks about funding for infrastructure. Staff's recommendation is to stay the course on that, and that's meant to address the broader infrastructure risks that haven't changed no matter what's happening in the world, you know, and the challenges that we're all facing in the difficult times. So our recommendation remains the same on that. When it comes to the facilities management function, which doesn't currently doesn't have specific staff members right now that do it, it basically falls to me, which is fine. But for the future and our ability to deliver on that function in the future, our recommendation was to create that function, and specifically in this financial plan, this year's budget, was the manager of facilities and long-term asset management. And the report and the recommendation that's in front of you is meant to give options, so and to reflect the reality of what's in front of us. So if the council wished to continue to fund that position as you did a month ago before all the changes occurred, we would do our best to deliver on that direction and carry on. But we wanted to provide a little bit of kind of ground truth on what's achievable in the short term in the next few months. So to kind of give you some options about that specific function going forward. So the risks stay the same, and all of the information that we provided to you around what needs to happen related to facilities have not changed. But we recognize that the challenges that you face as decision makers at the governance level here are significant. So we want to be able to provide you the full range of options to choose a way forward.
And if I could continue, Mayor, with respect to the recommended capital for the fire hall, which seems, at least to me, no disrespect certainly to either Mr. Haran or to our fire chief, but it seems like it's a very technical review that would be required, because the Moore-Wilson consulting report talked about the needs analysis. And we're talking about the emergency generator and having a temporary building put on the site. And I think that these are things that I don't know that we have capacity within our resources. So if we could identify how that will be addressed within the framework of the recommendation to not have a manager of asset management facilities to undertake that work. How do we go forward to actually do the capital project without having the development of the project itself?
Mr. Horan, do you?
I think I can start, and then maybe I'll pass it off to Chief Hughes if you'd like to jump in to finish off the second aspect. But that's a month ago. Our assumptions around facilities management and what can be achieved this year is it was going to take some time to go through the hiring process and find a good candidate and onboard that person. And that was always part of the assumption for the work plan for this year. And what that means is there was a handful of tasks that are related to facilities management that we were going to do just within our capabilities now. So that would include the municipal hall refurbishment, and it would include all of the things that are in the fire department's capital plans for the year. So my thought, and I'll let Chief Hughes jump in, is those fire-related capital works are likely not to be impacted by one way or the other by this position that we're talking about in engineering services.
Chief Hughes, did you want to add anything to that?
Yes, I'll just give me one.
No,
now I'm permanently unmuted. I was using the space bar there. It's a little cumbersome. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Patterson, the projects that we had planned, whether it be I'll start with perhaps the generator as far as study, most that as well as the portable building were all, I would call them stopgap measures as far as getting us through a period where we find our existing facilities aren't working for modern fire apparatus. And I can understand in your question as well, how are we going to manage those projects as they come in? Now, the generator's a relatively simple project, and we've already had work done on that as far as the technical requirements, and we're able to handle that internally here. That's not an issue. As far as the portable building goes and the infrastructure and work required around that, we would have most of the expertise internally here within the municipality, and because it's a portable structure and we're not looking at major renovations and projects along that line, we would be looking for some expertise internally here. And I can see how this could push the time frames out somewhat, because we're halfway through April already, so obviously things are pushing up towards the middle of the year here by the time all is said and done. But we do have confidence that we'll be able to get those projects, although I had anticipated on a slightly extended timeline, just because of the capacity issues that you have brought forward. I hope does that clarify to a degree?
It does. And it is because if we're wanting to come out of this with some resiliency, and I think certainly when we talk about whether we're mitigating climate change or mitigating how we are coming out of pandemic, certainly essential services, and Municipal Hall was also deemed an essential building, so I certainly understand the needs for the work there. But I think continuing to push out even or undertake a stopgap measure for basically our emergency services building, there isn't anything even in the 5-year plan yet for that. So I have growing concern about pushing these works off and really deferring taking a look at it till later dates. So I think that it's hopefully something that we are going to, and hopefully our fire chief will continue to keep this, in front of us on an agenda, because I think we have to look at some of what our resilience planning is in combination with mitigating climate change and certainly mitigating what all of this is. My last question, and I think it will be for Mr. Payne, is that when we talked about savings in different areas and perhaps increasing costs, and we have a standard timeline that we have followed with financial reporting, is it possible that going through this time that council will get perhaps more frequent updates? Will we be seeing something on Q1 results fairly soon? And then how soon after Q2? Just so that we can understand how fluid this is and what other advice might need to be coming from council, and what advice will need to be coming to council from staff. Thank you.
Mr. Payne, do you want to just address the reporting back to council framework going forward?
Yes, thank you, through your worship, to Councillor Patterson. Right now, staff anticipate bringing a Q2 budget report. We typically don't do Q1 only because we are in the middle of budget during that time frame. Although it's certainly valuable for council and the public to see what the financial performance so far has been. So we aim for a June 30th, which can often mean end of July, beginning of August meeting. Given the current pandemic, though, and the evolving financial situation, there could be some value in bringing forward that financial information earlier. And so staff certainly commit to the regular reporting deadlines, but if we believe that there's something material that needs addressing before that, we won't hesitate to bring it to council's attention.
Thank you. I certainly would appreciate that, and we do have quite a few capital projects on the go. So certainly, once those costs are known, when it starts to amount to over $100,000, then it's nice to have updated information coming to council, so that we just have a better feel for what's taking place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I just have I think really appreciate all the questions that have been asked so far. One question I have is just around the issuance of things like bonds. So people who are doing projects around their homes and need to put in security bonds in place for things like a tree bond, if they have a dying tree and they're replacing that. I mean, those bonds, well, they seem reasonably small, say $500. That's twice as much as a median house would have for a tax increase, even under our highest scenario. So if people are struggling with some of those costs, are there any mechanisms available to us to allow for, say, hardship, deferral of paying those bonds in those situations? And how flexible can staff be in those situations? I'll give that to Mr. Payne.
There we go. Apologies. Thank you, Your Worship. Typically, the bonds that you were referring to are they're subject to bylaw, right? So council has established the requirement for those bonds in a bylaw, and so in order to remove, reduce, or change a requirement, that we anticipate that would need a bylaw amendment from council.
Okay, so that would be a separate process from this one, but very doable, especially right now, given the flexibility we have with doing the multiple readings in a meeting, if that's something that council wants to do in future. That's good. And is there there's no significant amounts of interest, I guess, earned in that 1 month difference between July 1st and August 4th. It's really just a cash flow concern that we feel pretty comfortable with. Mr. Payne?
Through your worship, there is some interest. It would be in the tens of thousands of dollars, the low tens of thousands of dollars. And I believe I did incorporate the cash flow differences in the financial considerations in the report.
Okay, thank you for that. I certainly appreciate that. I think I was leaning towards keeping the dates, but I think your point made about the confusion caused if we have different due dates than say Victoria does. We have several households that actually have property in both Victoria and Oak Bay. They get 2 property notices. I think that would just cause an enormous amount of confusion. So I understand the logic for that. So I don't think it's a necessarily relevant point in any case. Every other question I had really was answered. So at this point, if there's no more questions, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Just, I got an email, so I'm going to ask this question. If Mr. Payne could just clarify what the average median household value is. It was referenced in this presentation today and in some of the reports. And what is that number, if you could have it, please?
Sorry, it's that probably Mr. Payne would be best to answer that question.
Yeah, absolutely, and I will just be 15 seconds if you don't mind.
That's allowed.
Thank you. Your Worship, yes, the median value, assessed value from 2019 was $1.2 million approximately, and the median residential taxes was just below $3,000, and that's the municipal portion only.
Thank you, Mr. Payne.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that concludes our Q&A unless anybody else has anything to add in here. I think the easiest way to structure the conversation is around the motions. However, there probably are there's some sort of broader philosophical questions here. I think that councillors may also want to address in talking about their approach to this. I know I looked at this in 3 different ways. One was whether or not we wanted to focus relief where needed or look at more broad-based reductions, whether we're trying to focus more on immediate relief versus longer-term financial management, or we're looking at how pessimistic we are in terms of our approaches, how soon we think it might bounce back, what are our sort of expected revenues, none of which we know, but we have to make decisions based on our own pieces. So there are aspects of this that we just have to recognize we don't know the answers to, and that's fine. But we're going to do our best here to try and adapt those, recognizing there are a number of people in our community that have real financial hardship and some that have real financial uncertainty at this point. And so we want to make sure that we're sympathetic and empathetic to them and trying to make sure that we're doing what we can within our own fiduciary responsibilities to make sure that we're providing some tools. So that's my preamble to this. We have a number of recommendations in the staff report. As I said, it's probably in many ways simplest to go through those, but there was 2 pieces that were raised in the Q&A that I wanted to just add on to that. And since they're relatively minor, I might do it at the beginning of the question. One was just around the urban forest strategy, and I think there was a pretty good explanation of what that was. My sense from watching faces as best I can on small screens is that the desire was probably to try and find a way to keep that service in our services being provided. What I might just do is just, if maybe by a show of hands, not a vote on a motion, but if people want to just indicate their intention to support that portion, that 0.1% for the urban forest management piece, then if there's at least 4 people, then there's at least 4. So in fact, everybody. So I think that's probably good and indicative. Maybe we can include a motion in there just to address that shift in funding be found elsewhere or be included back in the budget piece for whatever option we're considering. Thank you. And the other question I have is really related to a question on those business licenses, and maybe we don't have to make a decision on that today, but again, if there's general interest in maybe holding some money available for next year's business licenses to relieve some of the pressure on businesses, if that's of interest from our special initiatives fund, I was thinking that would probably have to come from. Maybe we can, you know what, I'll leave that one. That's just one I'm going to bring up or have someone bring up as a piece of this. So let's go through the staff recommendations here. We have the first recommendation for tax collection, moving it to August 4th, and other pieces attached to that. If someone wants to move a version of that they feel willing to motivate, we can talk to it. Councillor Braithwaite, you have the floor.
Yeah, I would be happy to make a motion to change the date of payment, change the payment due date for property taxes from July 2nd to August 4th to align with other municipalities.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you for the mover and the seconder. You don't have to motivate. I think the motion is fairly straightforward and been covered, but if there's anything you want to add, Councillor Braithwaite or Green? No? Councillor Green?
I just have a question, Mayor, and that is, if in fact, and Director Payne has already indicated this is highly unlikely, but if other authorities end up, because of this extraordinary time, adjusting their timelines to, to further out, I just want to make sure that we would be able to have that flexibility to adjust ours as well. Do we need an amendment, or is that just something that we understand could be brought back to us? Thank you.
Mr. Payne, perhaps you can address if that, I would say, highly unlikely event happened, what that would, what our process would be if we wanted to adapt as well.
Yes, and through your worship, thank you for that question, Councillor Green. Typically, the alternative tax scheme bylaw, which I would go to create from this motion, is adopted in conjunction with the tax rate bylaw. So what that means is that in the unlikely event that other taxing jurisdictions change their remittance date, that tax rate bylaw requirement date of May 15th would have probably already passed. And so we won't have much of an opportunity to then change the tax date back. Also speaking just from an operational perspective, we need to get our tax notices printed with the proper due date well in advance and other operational. So in short, unless it happened very quickly, it's unlikely that operationally or legislatively we could change the tax due date back to July 2nd.
Oh, no, I was meaning changing the tax date to be consistent with so beyond August 4th, that's what I meant. If other authorities, if they extended the date beyond August 4th, would we be able to do the same? I'm sorry, I guess my question wasn't clear. I'm sorry about that.
No, thank you. I apologize for misunderstanding, but the answer would be very close to the same, because we will have adopted our tax scheme bylaw in line with our tax rate bylaw already by May, and we're limited by that. And then, of course, operationally, we will have we will want to have all our tax notices printed by then.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Green, I'll just give the benefit of my conversation. We're on a weekly call with Minister Robinson, and they're pretty clear that they're not intending to shift any of those. They feel like they need to keep the regional districts funded, and the way they're doing that is giving these leniencies to the municipalities. They've done that in conjunction with UBCM and quite a few other consultants, and they're pretty firm that's where they're going with this. So I think it's unlikely that would shift, and if they did, it would be a pretty significant shift for the province. I saw a hand, I think, from Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh yeah, no problem. My pleasure. I know portion of those information you just had to pick up. Councillor Zelka, you had a question?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Oh, that's great. So I do much appreciate the work being done at the province, Minister Robinson and the provincial colleagues for making adjustments and at times making it very easy for us to make changes without necessarily having to implement bylaws, such as the changes done for our business tax collections and various other schemes. I know we're currently part of the general tax scheme, which sets not only the date but also the penalties. Would it be a change to this motion or a later motion where if we wanted to change the actual penalties themselves, so that if someone couldn't meet an August 4th deadline, we could reduce I believe it's a 10% tax followed by a later 5% tax, followed by whatever the severe penalties are after you don't pay your taxes at all. So what would the process be to reduce those penalties?
Good question, Councillor Zelka. What I will do is I've got a list of there's the motions that are in the report, and I've made a list of things like the urban forest strategy, the penalties. Now I've added to my list, and anything else that gets brought up here, and we'll do motions on those pieces as we go forward. And if I've missed anything, people can just come in. But right now, I think we'll just deal with them. It's cleaner to do it simply. So if we're right now,
I absolutely agree.
To set the date.
May I, but related to this motion, is the tax reduction aspect part of an alternative tax collection scheme bylaw, or is it a separate bylaw?
I'll go to Mr. Payne for clarification. Just from a governance perspective, I think we can deal with the date separate from the penalties from a direction to staff perspective. But Mr. Payne, from an actual bylaw perspective, how would that be implemented?
Yes, thank you, through your worship. Councillor Zelka, you'd be correct. The alternatives tax scheme bylaw would address both the penalty amount, penalty percentage, and the penalty date.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I'll leave it to you to marshal us on adjusting that at the appropriate time.
Sure. I'll make sure it gets brought up here as part of the discussion. So we're currently on the discussion on the first option of the date. Is there any, there's a motion on the floor to move it to August 4th, according to staff recommendations. Any other discussion on that item? Councillor Patterson?
Thank you, Mayor. Just follow up both to the motion that was made and Councillor Zelka's comments. In the report, as it says, if we extend beyond August 4th date, that carries significant risk. And so I just throw out there for discussion the concept of not extending the date out, having a lower penalty, a low penalty at the July date, and then a higher penalty in August. I just am concerned that if we push ourselves out too much and we don't have a backstop, some municipalities did already secure funding from the MFA to manage any gaps they would have. We have not done that in Oak Bay. And hopefully it will not be as problematic as it is in some other municipalities. I'm just wondering if we are confident that the tax base in Oak Bay is sufficiently solid, would a number of people actually then come forward and pay it in July? So that would give us a better understanding of where we are going forward, and just have a low penalty effective August for very low penalty, so that it might reduce the hardship for the people that really needed it. Just throw that out there for.
No, it's a good point. And just for those watching, again, I think council is probably aware, the way that the province implemented their changes to the business taxes was they actually left the date the same. They just moved the penalty date back so that their ask was that people still pay on time, but that the penalties didn't kick in until a later date. So that is certainly an option that we could take as a council, is just keep the date, the usual date, but essentially defer our penalties until the start of August. And that could be small or large, depending on what this body wanted. But you could leave it at 0 essentially for the first month. Councillor Patterson?
If I could just follow up, I just thought that might address also Councillor Green's comment about pushing it out even further. If we could more readily identify where the hardship really lay, perhaps in having a number of the residents being able to and paying it on the July date might give us then a greater flexibility down the road. I don't know. I just throw it out there since both Councillor Green and Councillor Zelka mentioned, some flexibility there.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Patterson, and good points raised. Any other discussion on this piece? I'm not seeing any. I'll just throw my 2 cents in here. I think Councillor Patterson raised a good point. I'm personally inclined to leave the date on July 1st with no penalties until August 4th. I appreciate that would cause some confusion for people who just think we're the same as Victoria, but given there would be no penalty for that, if they made that mistake, I think that would be reasonable. It would certainly also keep us in direct alignment with what the province is doing in terms of their waiving. They're not changing their dates, they're just changing the penalty dates to allow for people who need it to defer their payments. So my personal preference would be to keep it the same date and then modify the penalties to that date. So I think I'll probably vote against the motion as it is, and then deal with it through the penalty discussion that we'll have following this one. In fact, I'll even put that in following this one so that we can have that discussion and come back to it if we can't find agreement on that phrase, if this does fail. Any other discussion from Councillor Green?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question. We could change the wording to say that that you could pay your taxes between July 2nd and August 4th with that reduced penalty, as Councillor Patterson has suggested, on August 4th. So, I mean, we could make it flexible so that people could pay when they could pay between those dates. Would that, or would that just further confuse things? I'm just trying to find a medium here somewhere where, or a balance where it allows those who are having hardship a longer period of time.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think I think it would be, well, we'll see what council wants to do here, but I think in my vision, it would be essentially zero penalty. So that would be exactly what you're talking about. You can pay in that time without penalty, and then at that point it would kick in. Councillor Braithwaite and then Councillor Zelka, I think I had next.
I mean, I would agree with Councillor Green. I think what we could do is we could change the wording of the motion to say that payments could be made up to August 4th without penalty.
Okay. Councillor Zelka, you had your hand up, I believe. Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. So I'm speaking in favor of the motion. The reason why I would like to stay with August 4th is that through the tax scheme or alternatives tax scheme mechanism in terms of the penalties, currently the general tax scheme appears to have 2 levels of penalty before it gets to something more severe. I don't know whether we have flexibility to have 2, 3, or 4 levels of penalty, or maybe just 0 right through until the end of the year. So I guess a question to staff, if we can only access 2 level of penalties on an alternative tax scheme, that would definitely affect my determining of a date.
Mr. Payne, you've had the most review in terms of this, both in terms of best practices as well as what we can legally do. What are the options in terms of tiering penalties over time?
Your Worship, little flash on my video there. Through your Worship, that's a good question from Councillor Zelka. In practice, I have seen often 2 penalty dates. The City of Vancouver is an example that has 2 penalty dates, 5% and 5%. And there's 3 municipalities in the region that do exactly that. And I am seeing some creativity in terms of varying those amounts. So I believe Victoria, for instance, is doing a 1% and a 9% this year. I have not in practice seen more than 2 penalty dates implemented. I can't answer for sure whether or not it's possible. I would suspect it is possible so long as the penalty percentages do not add up to more than 10%.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Payne. Is there anybody else who had hands up on this one? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so that's fine. I'll just call the question. So the motion on the tape floor is to reassign this to August 4th as the tax due date. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And so I'm going to call them out just so people all agree. Councillor Green, Councillor Appleton, Councillor Braithwaite, Councillor Ney, and Councillor Zelka. And those opposed? Got myself in that. Councillor Patterson and myself opposed. So that does pass. So the tax due date will be changed to August 4th. Just given that we've had the start of the conversation, why don't we continue it? There was discussion here around the possibility of tiering or changing the penalties in some way. And this will take a little bit of, Mr. Payne, please listen carefully here, because I think we're going to rely heavily on your thoughts and expertise. You've thought through this in the course of your report. And so we'll just see if there's any direction given by council to consider changes to the penalties attached to the payment of taxes, either tiering it, staging it, or changing the amounts in any way, shape, or form. Councillor Zelka, you were the one that was the most on this, so I thought I would just, anybody can raise their hand, make a motion if they so wish. But motion.
Thank you. I don't have a motion prepared, but I just want to confirm that whatever scheme we come up with, the maximum is 10% over potentially two tax mechanisms. It's helpful to hear that Victoria uses a 1 and 9%. I'd be interested to know what dates they have assigned. And one last final question to staff is, what happens if someone doesn't pay the final payment and over a period of time? Does that then the tax sale thing, or is it something else?
Mr. Payne?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to Councillor Zelka. I just need to be a bit more clear. I believe that now that I'm looking at that, Victoria is actually doing multiple 2% tax dates. So yes, they've been creative, but there certainly are from what I can see from talking to my colleagues, many municipalities considering various different options: 5 and 5, 3 and 7, 2 and 8, all sorts of things like that. Yes, to answer your question, it cannot add up over to 10%, and I'm afraid I've forgotten the last part of your question. I know there was something else I was supposed to answer. Sorry, Councillor Zelka.
Oh, that's fine. The final part of the question was, what happens at the end of that process if someone still doesn't pay?
Right. Yes. Thank you for that question. So the penalty is levied only on current taxes. So if 2020 taxes aren't paid, the penalties would be applied. Subsequent to that, 2021, those taxes would become what we call in arrears. They'd be charged an interest rate that's prescribed by the provincial government, which would be pretty low right now. And then after that, one more year, they're referred to as delinquent taxes. So if 2020 taxes aren't paid by 2022 in September, then that property is put up for tax sale.
Thank you. Can I ask a follow-up question to that, Mr. Payne? And that is, what are the options from the municipality to waive tax sales? So if we wanted to say, assure people, grant you it's 2 years out, that there would be no tax sales related to this in the next 3 years. Is that something in our power, or is that entirely within the province's purview?
Through your worship, no, it's not in our power. The Local Government Act says that the tax collector must conduct that tax sale. However, the district does have some ability. If we bid on properties and we are the successful bidder, there is then a 1-year redemption. And that's normal for any tax sale. There's a 1-year redemption where the owner can redeem the property and retain physical ownership. The district can then extend that redemption by an additional year by bylaw if they were the successful bidder. So that's really the extent of the discretion that council has.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Zelka, anything else you wanted to add?
No, that's fine. I'm looking forward to hearing what other councillors have to say.
Do any of the other councillors wish to make a motion to change the penalties to be tiered, or change it from the default that is currently there, or are people satisfied with the pushback of the date? We just need a motion. If there's no motion, we'll move on to the next item in the agenda. We can always come back later. I'm always happy to take motions. Councillor Braithwaite, you have a hand up, and then Councillor Zelka.
Thanks, thanks, Mayor. I would like to make a motion. I think it would behoove us to decrease the penalty for that first month. I'm not really sure. I guess I'll throw some numbers out to see how people feel about it. But I would like to make a motion that we would decrease the penalty to 5% for a late payment of taxes, and then to another 5% after the date of October 1st.
Okay, so we have basically August 4th, October 1st, 5%, 5%. Is there a seconder for that discussion?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, I'm just gonna, before you motivate, because I recognize this is sort of, I don't know if Mr. Payne is able to, but just if there's any known impacts of that from I guess it depends on how many people don't pay those taxes, obviously. That might look like from an impact on cash flow or revenues overall.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. It would have no impact on the desired cash flow as provided by the staff in the report. So we believe that a 5% tax penalty for August 4th is enough incentive to maintain the cash flow that we would be concerned about. In terms of lost revenue, yes, there'd be lost revenue, and it's subject to a bit of speculation here. If one can assume that we would lose an additional 25% of penalty revenue, that's about $37,000. Difficult to predict, but that's where I would guess the financial impact of this motion would be.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Payne. Councillor Braithwaite, can I just get you to just motivate a little bit on the second date of October?
Sure. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The reason I chose that date, I think it's the correct date that the business taxes were due. And so that would be my motivation. If I've got the wrong date, if it was October 4th, I'm not sure if it was October 1st or October 4th, then I would actually amend my motion to say that. But I just thought to tie it in with that, the date for the business taxes might help.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Green, you seconded. Anything you want to add to the conversation? Otherwise, I'll just go with hands.
No, I just wanted to assure my colleague it is October 1st, 2020. I just checked my notes, so thank you.
Any anybody wish to speak to this motion? Change the dates to 5% in August 4th, 5% on October 1st. Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to get a clarification from staff. What is the current standard based on our current general tax scheme that we would be modifying by this 5 and 5?
Currently, the general tax scheme provides for a 10% tax penalty July 2nd, and then the Interpretation Act kicks in and moves that to the next business day, so it could be July 3rd or 4th.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, if not, I'm happy to call the question. So the motion is here to make 5% in August, 5% in October. I will call the question then. All those in favor of that change? I see. So Councillor Green, Councillor Ney, Councillor Zelka, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Appleton, and Councillor Braithwaite. That vote is unanimous. Thank you very much. Councillor Braithwaite, you had your hand up again.
I just wanted to double check that I did say August 4th, not August 1st, right?
August 4th, correct.
Okay, good, thanks.
That's the motion I have on the table. Okay, so that goes through. Thank you. So we have on my list the penalties question and the and the alternate tax timelines. Is there anything else related to either the timelines or the amount or the percentages or anything else related to the tax collection that people want to make a motion on? Seeing none, we'll move on. And again, we can always make motions at any time. The second from the staff is multi-parted. So perhaps we can get someone to make a motion they see fit related to that second one in terms of the budget amount and how we might want to allocate that.
Sure.
I mean, we need essentially probably a number to talk to, and we can have a debate. So, Councillor Braithwaite, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I would like to make the motion that we direct staff to amend the draft 2020-24 financial plan as presented at the March 12th, 2020 committee of the whole meeting to reduce the tax funded portion of the proposed 2020 budget increase by 1.2%.
I'll second that.
And that's following the same, the the way of getting to that is using the mechanisms listed out in that report.
I think yes, but I think that we also want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the urban forest management in that.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I have the luxury, the only one here who has the luxury of looking at staff. Given that clarification and the unanimous sort of nod to keep that urban forest, can we, if we just, I don't want to get into the weeds of the budget at this point, can we, maybe I'll go to Mr. Payne, can we say that 0.1% be found in some other mechanism and maybe be brought back to council at that point? Without having to go through and find it in the course of this discussion?
Yes, Your Worship, and luckily the motion doesn't seem to indicate anything about the urban forest management. So we will ensure that that program remains intact, and given the size, the 0.1%, we'll find another mechanism and report back to council if necessary.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Payne, for that. Councillor Braithwaite, you made the motion. I think did I get a seconder for it? I think
Councillor Green seconded, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Ney. Anything you want to add to this, Councillor Braithwaite?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly thought long and hard about this. Any increase is going to be a burden to our residents. But when I looked at all of the work that we put into our financial plan, and I looked at the effect of doing something less than the 6.9%, I really felt that we were putting something, I didn't think that we should consider reducing reserve funding for critical infrastructure at this time, because I think that the burden that it will put on the, next year and future years is outweighs what it will do for this year. When I look at the numbers for this year between the 6.9 and the 5.4, it's basically about $45, and which ends up being about $3.75 a month between the 6.9% and the 5.4% per residence. So that to me, that $3.75 a month outweighs the fact that we would have to go have a tax increase of 9.1% next year. If we do this, if we do this now, then it's not going to be as much of an impact on us in the future. So that's kind of my reasoning for that, is that I look at it as $3.75 a month per household to have a 6.9% increase in our taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braithwaite. Councillor Green? I'll just start a speaking list here if people want to speak to it, and go ahead, and then Councillor Zell.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, and I agree with Councillor Braithwaite. I also struggled with this, particularly because in the region, across the region, there was a lot of pressure when we were reading about how other municipalities were dealing with their tax rates in view of the pandemic. However, back to the comments by our Director of Financial Services, and that is that we have some rather unique circumstances in Oak Bay, and that is so much of our tax base is property and residential. So we don't have a lot of wiggle room on tax rates in that sense. But I also looked at the cost, and the monthly cost was a difference of, as Councillor Braithwaite pointed out, $3 a month between 8.1% and 6.9%. And the 6.9% is $17 a month per household. So I feel that, I think if we lost sight of our commitment to infrastructure funding, I think that would be something that taxpayers would not want us to do, and I'm sufficiently confident that they will understand. And again, I think it's important to reflect or frame tax rates in dollars and cents, because I think it's easier for people to process. Anyway, thank you.
Councillor Green. Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Chair. With respect, and I'll have to be voting against this motion. While I agree with everything already said by my councillor colleagues, and like them, I've thought long and hard about this one. it's a very difficult situation. On one hand, especially from a Sendai framework, disaster management and mitigation process, it makes sense in this time of well, what effectively is a moment of chaos, to use that as a moment of opportunity to bring in some excellent projects while we take advantage of this crazy time. So in that respect, I'm definitely willing to support many of the items coming forward. But I do note that there are a number of discretionary items on this plan as laid out in the 6.9% increase. And those discretionary items were agreed upon by us in terms of the priorities at a time before we had a consideration for this crazy time. Our mandate finishes in 2022. This plan, however, is a 5-year plan, and it provides a lot of numbers and a lot of assumptions and a lot of suggestions that a future council could or could not, if they choose to, follow. We cannot tie the hands of a future council. They can choose to do whatever they want. That seems to be the way the system has been set up. But I do understand that we're doing the best we can, planning the best we can with what we've got. So I understand that from a 5-year perspective, with all these numbers in place, it looks terrible 5 years out. I was leaning more towards the other option of a reduced infrastructure, discretionary infrastructure payment into reserves. I do note and highlight the comment from the Director of Finance, how other districts would have 1% increase in their infrastructure funding. I think he referenced was Saanich. They increased their infrastructure and pavement infrastructure fundings 1% year over year until they finally got up to 100%. Whereas we're taking what's been described as an aggressive pace by doing 3% per year until we get to 100%. In better times, I'm very much in favor of that. But because these are not better times, I would lean more towards an opportunity to reduce the area where we have 100% control, the discretionary funding in the infrastructure renewal and payment management aspect, by reducing it by approximately 1% or 1.5, whatever council determines. But I would love to see our tax increase no higher than in the 5% range. That's the level of comfort that I feel from a, how do I refer to it as? I guess it's called the social contract, making sure that people can and feel comfortable with the tax bill that they're going to be receiving from us. I know many of those who have a concern can defer their taxes, but for that reasons, because of these numbers, I would be voting against. Thank you.
So, Councillor Zelka, I just because we have to do this through motions for clarity, and you motivated why you weren't, but your position is not so far different from that proposed that if you want to make a motion to adjust that from the 6.9 to 5.9 or 5.4, whatever you feel is right, you can make that motion and test the will of the council. That might be an appropriate approach of going forward, because otherwise we're just going to vote on the motion as put forward. So
I'd like to hear what my other councillors have to say. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're primarily debating the motion on the floor right now, which is the 6.9% overall. And I don't have a speakers list, or I do. Nope, Councillor Zelke, I do as the last one there. So does anybody else wish to speak to this motion? Councillor Appleton and then Patterson.
Thank you, Worship. And just very briefly, I'll speak in favor of the motion. I'm hopeful that our investment in infrastructure and the commitment that we've made as a district in focusing on infrastructure will give us an opportunity, in this uncertain time to take advantage of better days to come, and potentially grant programs, stimulus programs, and those kinds of things that hopefully are in the offing. I think when these types of situations crop up to restart the economy and to give the economy a jump start, infrastructure is often where those things will, where that funding and where that money will be spent. So I'm hopeful that if we stay the course with our commitment to infrastructure, that we'll be well placed to take advantage of those stimulus programs after we come out the other side of this. And I understand that none of that is guaranteed, but I guess then I see that as the worst case scenario for us is that we continue to repair and replace infrastructure, moving towards a sustainable target. So these are things that I think our citizens expect us to do, irrespective of what's going on in the outside world. So even though I know that another option or other options available to us would certainly cost less in taxes per year, I think if folks look closely at the implications, as other councillors have mentioned, the monthly and the impact to individual households is modest, but the cumulative impact to our infrastructure funding over a number of years is quite significant. So I would hope that folks would reflect on that and understand the significance of why infrastructure is an important budget component, even given what we're facing up to now.
Thank you, Councillor Appleton. I think your hand's going up, Councillor Green, but I have Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Green, and then I should have had Councillor Ney and then Green. So Councillor Patterson, you're up next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I certainly appreciate the comments so far, and I can certainly understand the desire. We all understand the status of infrastructure in Oak Bay, and I certainly have spoken on behalf of funding for it for many years now, even prior to getting on council. I can't support the motion as it's put forward. I also would like to lower it at least to the 5.4. My rationale is somewhat different, and that is that we are in a time of great uncertainty. We have taken some risk with respect to the collection of taxes. We will have a better feel for that, but not until further down the road. In this plan, while it talks about the tax rate, it really does not factor into this at all any consideration for having used borrowing as a tool. And one way of still achieving the work that you want to get done while stabilizing taxes for residents is through really looking at borrowing also to do it. Some of the projects that we are doing have increased so significantly since the time we developed the consulting reports that really adding to the reserve funds, while certainly the presentation, and I credit staff with doing a good presentation on it, just adding to the reserve funds is not the only option that is available. And certainly in times of uncertainty, I think that you have to examine budgets closely for all savings that you can find at that time, and then find ways to move forward in the future. So I don't have the same confidence in this, the plan as it sits right now. I think that we are in a time of great uncertainty, and I think prudence and a lot of foresight going forward would be a good way to undertake this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Ney.
Thank you. I appreciate all the perspectives that have been put forward at the table, and the concerns about the motion that's on the table. I feel pretty strongly that the issue really here is if we reduce, we're talking about money being taken from the infrastructure funding increase. And I feel so. I've been on this council for 4 terms now, and this is the first council that we've really taken seriously. We either put the money where the problem is, and we've identified this. We've had report after report that has showed us that the infrastructure needs replacing, and to work towards a sustainable infrastructure replacement strategy, it is a necessity, because there are so many false economies in not doing that. We saw on this last high king tide the number of people whose basements were flooding to some large degree because of the failing infrastructure. And we're going to get more and more of that as the climate changes and we have more intense rainfalls in this area. And I think the plan we've been talking about over the last year to do this is sound, it's legitimate, it's been supported by staff, and it's supported in the community. And I think the points made by other councillors that shortfalling on the tax here, it's in terms of hardship for these unusual times, which I have a great deal of sympathy for. The stories I've heard in our community and the broader community are really sad stories. But I don't think that you know, a tax decrease which would save somebody $20 a month is the difference, doesn't make up for the value of investing in a sustainable infrastructure replacement strategy. So I think we should stay the course. I do appreciate other comments around borrowing as a tool, and perhaps we can look at that next time, but I feel quite confident that this is the direction that our community will support, and there's tremendous value in doing so.
Thank you, Councillor Ney. Councillor Green, you're up next.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I really prepared these comments on the fly as others were speaking. So I'd just like to share them, and then I'm finished, and we'll support the motion, obviously. But I remember Councillor Patterson mentioned a couple of words that resonated for me, and that was resilience and strength. And I believe this plan provides both of those. At a time of unprecedented uncertainty, I'm grateful to staff for a report and plan that attempt to provide certainty for us as council and for our community. Staff have undertaken a tremendous effort to address needs that are immediate, are short-term, and are longer-term. They have succeeded through the COVID-19 environment to achieve 2 major goals, in my view: recovery planning and long-term planning. In the setting of a pandemic, our staff are helping us and our residents by ensuring business continuity and ongoing provision of utilities and services critical to public health and safety. I believe by supporting the recommendations in this report, we are being both sensitive to current conditions and needs, but also preparing ourselves for the future. And that is around infrastructure. I'm also confident that staff will also keep us advised as conditions change so that we can make adjustments if and when necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I guess I should probably take this opportunity to speak. I will say I would support a motion of 6.9 or 5.9%. I think one is more of a symbolic gesture than anything else. However, the 6.9 proposed does achieve the goals of the that we have set out as a council in terms of funding. And I guess I come back to this and looking at those 3 points I raised at the beginning in terms of, you know, do we want to reduce the overall cost or focus on this year? And, you know, I keep coming back to how little we fund our infrastructure. We're still funding it, even with all the money we put in already, to about 70%. This brings us to closer to 80%, 82%, but that's still well under funding, you know, by 20%, what we actually have to fund. That's not as sustainable. It's costing us an arm and a leg in the long run. And I absolutely, Councillor Patterson, you raised a brilliant point here. We have to fund this by borrowing almost certainly at some point, because the cost savings from getting in front of it is so sufficient. That being said, we still need to fund that borrowing, and that's what this is intended for, right? It's essentially putting 1% aside of the total cost on an annual basis for a 100-year asset. And we could defer that a bit out into the future a bit. It comes with costs, and I guess that's just the balancing act that we have to make as a council. But I think that goal is one that we can't go too far from, or else we really do risk the long-term financial viability. And I look at this, I think my job is, and our job is to look at the responsibility of this organization for the next hundreds of years, not the next 2 years of our term, because our kids and grandkids have to be able to afford to live here too. And the one way we can affect that by the tens of millions of dollars is by doing good financial planning at this point. So that I will always tend to focus more on the long term than the short, but I also recognize there are some financial hardship issues coming up in the very short term here. I also look at this from a I'm going to say here, the overall impact of this, again, I think I echo what Councillor Green said. We have to recognize this is not, we're not saving or harming or destroying the world either way with this. I mean, in terms of we're dealing in a range of a few dollars a month here for most people, which is laudable. I think targeting as much as we can our support for people who need it. And I'm very keen to get to the point where I get to write a letter in support of other motions from other regions saying, please give some hardship tax deferral, because that's really what we need. For people who can't make it this year, should be able to say, look, I just can't, this year is a hard year for me, I want some relief, and get that relief for the amount, because that's where the benefit comes from. It's not the $5 or $10, it's the thousands of dollars that they can waive in the short term. And I guess I really struggle with this one, honestly, because my answer depends entirely on your own personal predictive measures, right? I don't know. I think I'll explain where I'm coming from and how I'm making my support for this, is that I see we are going to have a really large financial hard year. I think across the globe, it's going to be very hard. I just got our report on our investments. It's very scary in terms of that impact on it. I think we'll also see in an economic downturn for a number of years coming from this. However, I think regionally we'll be in pretty good shape. I think we have a fiscal management plan from the province and nationally and certainly locally, where we can ride this out and manage that in a way that it doesn't require, at this point, unless things change, more draconian actions in terms of cutting off pieces. I also really look at this from, ever since we came in as council, it seems like daily conversations with staff about our operational efficiencies and how we can do things better and what are the services we're providing. And if you look at, I have to laugh at the special initiatives, which is sort of the page on our financial plan, which is the paid out of surpluses, which are council priorities. And they're so pragmatic, right? They're just dealing with the core operational needs of our municipality. They're not pet projects, they're not sort of ego projects. They're just, how do we run our operations better and how do we drive efficiencies and opportunities in that? And it's really been sort of the cultural bent of this council to kind of keep focusing on that. And like I said, I'm fine with 5.9 or 6.9. I just don't want to lose sight of those overarching goals. And I think what I've heard from the conversation today is nobody does. And so I'm pretty trusting in the wisdom of this group in terms of that. If this is the motion that's sitting on the table, I think that's very reasonable, and we can address it as going forward. So that's really all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening. Are there any other comments here on this? Not seeing any other hands then. So the motion on the table right now is to adjust the total taxation lift to approximately 6.9% from the 8.1%. No further discussion. Just looking, want to make sure. I'm not seeing any. So with that, I will call the question. All those in favor? We have Appleton, Braithwaite, Green, and nay, and opposed. We have Councillor Patterson and Councillor Zelka. A hand up is okay. We don't need the thumb. Thank you for that. I did make it clear. Thank you. Saying nay. Thank you for that. We also have another recommendation that's on our list here that I want to get to, which is that Mayor, on behalf of Council, advocate to the provincial government. Is someone willing to make that motion? And Councillor and Councillor Green. Thank you. Anything you want to add? Anybody on the council? Councillor Zelka.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, great. I do notice that just today, the UBCM and FCM are lobbying the federal government for emergency operating funding to be applied directly from federal allocation down to local governments. And I'm wondering whether we want to add that to this initiative or possibly a separate motion. I ask that as a question. What would be the best way to do that?
I would certainly do that as a separate motion. I think not having it written down, and it's a little bit different from what we're talking about here. But yes, you can make that motion after the fact if you wish, or we can deal with it at a future council meeting as well if that's part of it. So we have the motion here. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none, okay, I will just call the question. All those in favor? I have everybody's hands up, so that's unanimous. Thank you for that. And the other thing on my list here was, I can't read my own handwriting, so I'll just, there's some other notions there in the report talking about some things like covering the cost of penalties for people in extreme hardship if the tax deferrals don't come through. I may just actually go to Mr. Payne again on this one. Is that something that we can adjust depending on what the province does? If they're responsive and allow for hardship, then we wouldn't bother with that. And if they do, then we would bring that something like that back to council.
Through your worship, so just to be clear, you're asking about potentially creating a grant program to pay for property tax penalties on behalf of folks that have experienced financial hardship. Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct, yes.
So staff would need to research the mechanisms for actually accomplishing that. So perhaps perhaps a motion to the effect of asking staff to go and look at that would be appropriate.
Okay, well, I'll leave it to the council. I think it's one of those motions that would probably be dependent upon what the province does, because I think the province providing a hardship tax deferral is the obvious and easy one, and it's consistent across the province. I think it would really just be consideration of doing other measures to help if that does not come through. So I'll leave it to council if they want to make a motion to explore something like covering the, providing a grant option for people and able to declare hardship, then we can look at that. If not, Councillor Appleton.
Thank you, Your Worship. I did originally have some language written out for a motion that was a bit broader than that, and it was related to staff evaluating the list of 2020 special initiatives in the draft financial plan and coming up with some allocate those funds. So I'm not sure if what you're describing as far as a grant relief program directly connects in with that, but I would still like to make that motion and gauge council support for that.
So, sorry, to understand, the motion is to essentially ask staff to go away and look at other ways that we could do targeted relief measures, potentially using funds from the special initiatives funds. Is that the?
Yeah, well, basically, reporting back to council on options for reallocation of the special initiative funds to respond to unanticipated needs.
Okay. Do you want to make that motion, and then if it's seconded, then I'll just get some input from staff in terms of want to make sure it's clear enough to make sure that we're asking them to do some clear work.
Sure.
Why don't you say the motion again aloud so that we have it?
Sure. So my motion is that staff evaluate the list of 2020 special initiatives in the draft financial plan and report back to council on options for reallocation of these funds to respond to unanticipated budgetary needs associated with the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, I'm just looking if there's any seconder for that motion. Councillor Braithwaite.
I would be fine to second that.
Yeah, okay, so it's been moved and seconded. So Councillor Appleton, I think the motion is reasonably clear. I'm just trying to think of a way that we can get an answer back from staff in a way that doesn't cause them a million years worth of work trying to anticipate what we're looking for on this one. So, because at the end of the day, it's up to us to allocate, what we want to keep and what we don't want to keep. So I just, can you just explain a little bit about what your expectations are from that motion to come back from staff on that list?
I guess what I would look for, first of all, is within that list, there would be, even though these are classified as special initiatives, I would say that there are some of them which carry over from previous years or which would be defined as more mission critical by staff. So even though they are not necessarily discretionary, they're special initiative short-term things, but some of them will have a greater impact on operations if for whatever reason they were removed as compared to others. So I guess what I would be looking for is a range, or at least a risk analysis of which of those would be most available for reallocation should an unanticipated expense or an unanticipated revenue drop occur later in the year, and which ones staff would recommend absolutely need to be retained.
Okay, fair enough. I think the way I'm hearing that, I think the motion is probably okay. I think that's in many ways what the staff are suggesting that we do in the normal course of business on this. So let me just go to Mr. Payne, probably is the best place to go for his take on that in terms of what he could see as a report coming back. Again, I just want to make sure I'm not giving staff jobs that is our job to make decisions on. I want to make sure that we're asking them for something tangible to deliver to council. So Mr. Payne, are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Worship.
So given that motion, just to have staff evaluate that list, is that something that you could bring back, or perhaps like tier them in terms of where we might have to, you would suggest pulling some of these in terms of priorities going forward?
Yes, Your Worship. We've had some discussions internally at the leadership table anyways about projects and a number of what-if scenarios if we need to defer spending on certain capital or special projects given certain situations. We haven't made the decision to defer those, but certainly we've had the prioritization discussion that you're referring to. So it should be achievable.
Okay, I guess the corollary to that would be, I mean, as long as, you know, if they're going to move forward and be approved, then we would have that discretion at the time as well for council to consider it. So I guess the other half of this is, would there be some assurance that before we say allocate the fire plan piece or something of that nature, that it comes to council just for final approval at that time, and we can consider the current situation at the time as well. I think that's the anticipated plan, but maybe Mr. Payne, you can just confirm that.
Yes, Your Worship. So we will look at the list of projects, determine what's underway, determine what's imminent, and it would be relatively simple to communicate to council what could feasibly deferred in favor of other initiatives as Council Abatement has articulated.
Okay. That's fine. I think I'm hearing sort of both that it's already underway, but that it's doable. So that's a positive. Councillor Appleton, anything to follow up? And I'll go to Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I think I understand what you're saying as far as it is council's decision ultimately to make those calls to reallocate funding if necessary. I guess what I'm looking for this to do is provide us with the tool that gives us the information to make those calls if necessary, because that information isn't explicitly provided, hasn't been provided to us up to this point.
Okay. Councillor Patterson, you had a comment, a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just about the page on strategic or special initiatives, I'm sorry. Most members of council, I noticed, voted for staying the course as recommended by staff. And when I look at these special initiatives, so many of them are linked directly to council's strategic priorities. And having listened to the other council members vote in support of doing this, I would think that we would have to give staff much clearer direction on what council wanted to achieve with this. So I think rather than just sending it back to them and doing the back and forth, my preference then would be, and I would be prepared to put a motion forward to refer this back to a committee of the whole, so that council could review it as with their strategic priorities, and give staff clear direction on what council, if anything, was would support dropping from the list. Because when I look at this list, a lot of it is sustainable services, and a lot is human resources work that council have expressed a lot of support for. So my preference would be then to take it back to a committee of the whole and have council discuss that as a specific piece.
So I guess, you know, I'm wondering if this motion really is referring to the fact that council would like to know, before any more money is spent on this list, that we have a chance to kind of have a second look at it. I mean, I think that's underlying, I think, the ask is that we anticipate that we're going to have to pull, you know, be a bit more stringent. And what would that look like? So having some information to guide that, but also to make sure that this money doesn't get spent without that piece. So I've got Ms. Varela pointing at me. That's this page, correct?
Well, and currently your worship, the goals are suspended. We could bring that back to council.
Yeah, no, Ms. Varela was just pointing out that the committees of the whole are currently suspended at the moment. So it would come back to council for a report. I think given the wording of the motion to evaluate that list and come back, I think that's fairly doable in terms of informing us in terms of our decision making for approval of any new projects on that list. Is that sufficient for you, Councillor Appleton, that it comes back when and if we have any opportunities that we have to start looking at before any of these get initiated? There are some that are currently underway, obviously.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. Thank you, Worship. What I would also say too is that this, I think that there are other components of this that may just that may not come to pass. I think another eventuality is that just due to operational limitations or the uncertainty that comes with the balance of the year, achieving all of these special projects may not actually be possible due to a myriad of different limitations. So then that provides us with the opportunity to potentially reallocate some of those funds if necessary to deal with unexpected eventualities coming up. So I don't look at it so much from the idea of let's try to pull things out in favor of other things, but rather providing direction to staff to reallocate funds from projects which are on that list that just aren't feasibly accomplished in 2020.
Okay, so we have the motion for that, the wording in front of us, and I don't, did council write that down enough to understand, or do we have it read back again for the benefit of everyone? Read back, okay. Ms. Hopkins, is it possible to read back the motion as made by Councillor Appleton?
Thanks, Your Worship. I'll give that a shot. I think that what I've captured is that staff evaluate the list of 2020 special initiatives and that staff develop options for reallocation of special initiative funds to respond to unanticipated needs and report back to council.
Is that sufficient, Councillor Appleton? Okay. Thank you. Councillor Zelka?
Thank you, Chair. I seconded the excellent initiative to do this, to provide an opportunity to, as mentioned, see if there's other potential uses for this money left over from previous years. I see some of these initiatives going forward are going to involve a fair bit of community engagement and presentation of plans to the public, and we may not be able to do some of those types of things this year. They may have to be deferred to other years, potentially freeing up some money that potentially, and once this report comes back, maybe we do want to apply that money to potential relief of penalties for extreme hardship or something along those lines. But without the numbers, the financial numbers, knowing what's possible, I won't know, along with Councillor Appleton, what might be possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions at this point? I'm not seeing any, so I just want to make sure I just capture your the expectations of council on this one in terms of time frame. It could be either sort of, you know, at the next meeting or soonish, just on principle, or do you want it to come back as part of any potential changes as we adjust our services in response to the changing issues in the financial situation. Councillor Appleton, you moved it. Do you have a preference on those?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think it would be the latter. I think it's really dependent on the impending usage of the funds, and I don't want to put an artificial timeline on it that would unduly burden staff.
Okay, and I agree with that. I think that makes sense. Then we'd actually have something more tangible. We're always going to be dealing with hypotheticals otherwise, so I appreciate that. Okay, I think that's reasonably clear. Any other comments, questions? I'm not seeing any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? I have hands from most people. Anybody opposed? Nobody opposed. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for that, Councillor Appleton. I'll leave the penalty pieces for another time. And I think the question I wanted to raise about the possibility of allocating some of those funds for business license, relaxing the cost of business licenses, I think is a worthwhile consideration. But I think it's probably one best done maybe in the context of those special initiatives as we are considering further impacts. And maybe we can consider that as an allocation piece as opposed to sort of allocating funds at this time. So unless somebody else wants to raise that, I'm okay just to leave that question for a future time. But I think it's good to have it out there as a possible way of helping our business community. With that, those are the motions suggested within this financial planning piece. Is there anything else that councillors want to raise on this item? We still have a number of other agenda items to get through on this agenda. I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you very much. I know that was the whale of the agenda item. So very much appreciate council's very thoughtful approach to that. We have item number 4, which is bylaw 4756, to give 3 readings and adoption. This is, I'll just let Mr. Payne give a quick introduction to this. This relates to a direction given by council some time ago. Mr. Payne?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I believe in March, council resolved to eliminate penalties on utility bills for the foreseeable future, and that is what this proposed amendment bylaw accomplishes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Are there any questions of Mr. Payne on this? Okay, I just needed someone to make a motion. We can do, Ms. Hopkins, I'm going to look to you. Can we do first 3 readings together, or should we do first and second and then the balance?
Your Worship, you could do either, but I recommend doing first and second and then the balance.
Okay, I will do that. So can I get a motion for first and second reading of this bylaw change? Moved, and is there a second hand? Seconded, thank you. Any questions or discussion? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call the question on the first 2 readings of bylaw 4756. All those in favor? Now all hands are up, so that passes unanimously. I will then do 3rd reading of, if someone could do 3rd reading of 4756. Moved and seconded, thank you very much. Is there any, we don't usually do discussion on 3rd reading, so all those in favor of 3rd reading? Anybody opposed? I see no hands for opposed. Great, thank you. That passes 3rd reading, and then need a motion to adopt. So moved by Councillor Patterson, seconded by Councillor Zelka, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Hands nice and high. There we go. Anybody opposed? I see nobody opposed. Councillor Green, yes, okay, nobody opposed. We are then on to item number 5 on the agenda, which is the Oak Bay Rec Center. Sorry, I might have the numbers wrong on this picture. I get the, and then we're, sorry, 6, which is the Oak Bay Rec Center pool roof replacement. We have Mr. Herman here to just give a quick overview when we have the staff report in front of us. Mr. Herman, do you want to give a quick overview?
Thank you, Your Worship. In January of this year, staff requested approval and early approval for this project, and council did grant that approval to replace the aging roof over the pool at the Oak Bay Rec Center. So following that approval, we've undertaken the tendering process. and the results of that process are included in the report. Recommendation from to council from staff is to award the contract for completion of this project to Alpha Roofing and Cladding Incorporated, who were the lowest submission, and that figure is well under the budget that had originally been proposed. So we're recommending that council give approval to that, and we can move forward to complete that work.
Sorry, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Herman. Are there any questions of Mr. Herman on the report? Not seeing any. Okay, thank you. Is there, just in case you're wondering, Mr. Herman is sitting at the desk that Ms. Relin is sitting at, so that's why he's being highlighted when he's speaking on this one. Is there any other, and so there's no questions, I would just need a motion then from somebody. Councillor Braithwaite, can you make the motion? You're just moving the recommendation? Yes, okay, I'm getting nods. And Councillor Patterson, you're seconding the recommendation? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Zelka, you have a question?
I do have a question, thank you. Noting the quite a difference.
Oh, your audio's off for some reason, Councillor Zelka.
All right, try again. Can you hear me now?
It's not muted, but we can't hear what you're saying. Oh, I've got my speaker off. My apologies.
All right, can you hear me now?
I'm bad. My technology is bad. Go ahead, Councillor Zelka.
There you go. It's the IT people in the room that get it worst. All right, so the question has to do with noting the range of the bids. It's a question through you to staff. Is there any concern about this bid potentially being too low, and a potential concern relating to that?
Mr. Herman?
Your Worship, no, I think that the range is in consideration of the times that we're in. I would be more concerned if all of the other bids were much higher, but if you look, they're spaced out fairly evenly. I suspect that there are companies that are putting in a submission less than what they would have a few months ago, just to ensure that that they're working and their staff are taking home a paycheck.
That's satisfactory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion on the floor then. All those in favor? And none opposed, since all the hands are up for in favor. So thank you. That deals with the pool replacement. And I do think we did get some advantage from the times that we're in to get that low bid in there. We have a grant and aid process proposal in here. So if we can have the motion or we can have conversation, either one. I prefer to have a motion that we can talk to, but if you'll have some questions, it's perfectly reasonable. Councillor Braithwaite? Can I just get you to unmute and say what you want? I
was just going to make the motion.
Okay. Moved and seconded by Councillor Patterson. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Appleton?
Just for clarification, there's a couple of different options laid out there. So are we talking about, we need to decide on a procedure, either with adjudicated and average scoring or adjudicated application by application. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes, so the recommendation here is that the grant amount be set and that the grant and aid process be used that does the averaging, but requires 4 of 7 pieces. When it comes to council, just to be clear, we will have the opportunity to then go back through it if someone wants to make a case for any one. That option will still be in place. This is just a way to get us to a pretty close to where we want to get to as an endpoint process and ensure that the time spent on it is relative to the amount of money being requested.
Okay.
The recommendation here is not the piece by piece. It is the using that averaging model, Councillor Appleton.
Yeah. So if I may, really quickly. So as I understand in the revised report that's been provided to us, we now have less requests than what the actual budget was for. even if we include, there's the grant and aid requests at 60,000, and then even if we added in a $10,000 for ad hoc, we'd be less than the 2020 draft budget of 77,000. I just wanted to confirm that, and if that's the case, then do we not have the budget to be able to approve all approved bids? If we approve that, all approve that grant request, do we not have the ability to just to approve them all for their full amount?
To answer your question, yes, we can absolutely do that, but I think it's incumbent upon us still to review those applications to make sure that the grants are actually meritorious of the
Yeah, no, I'm talking about all grants that had merit or were qualifying valid grants would be able to be funded in full.
Potentially, but there may be some, we may look at some of those, they might be meritorious, but we might not be thinking they're reasonably able to spend that money this year given the changes that have happened. So I think, so it's really down to the process at this point, and if you're comfortable with that process, then we'll go forward. If not, then not. Councillor Upland, you still have the floor. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Well, I just, we don't currently have a motion on the floor, do we?
We do. We just both that the amount be set and that that process laid out in the report is used.
I wasn't sure whether it had been seconded or not. So
it was, yeah.
Yeah. So then, just me speaking to that specific motion, I'm not in favor of using the averaging this time. I think we have the ability to just review each individual application on its merits, and then if it is a qualifying application, then they should be approved. Then I would favor their being approved for the grant that they ask for. The averaging, I think it's difficult to justify doing the averaging or the renegotiation, for want of a better word, of grant amounts, especially in a time when community groups, if the grant is valid, then it's difficult to justify in a difficult financial time like that, reducing that grant is essentially what I'm saying.
Okay, I think I had Councillor Green and Councillor Patterson.
Yes, I would echo Councillor Appleton's comments. There may be unforeseen hardships for some of these organizations that we're not yet aware of and may not be aware of. I would also ask that staff keep us updated if there are any issues that arise with any of these groups, but I think we should look at each case separately and not do the averaging. I agree with Councillor Appleton. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councillor Green's comments, and I note that a large portion of this is for South Island Prosperity Project, and certainly coming out of pandemic, I think that they are already working on business recovery planning, and so I think that's a pretty major initiative. So I agree, we can fund these, and I would continue to support that.
So the process, just to be clear, that's being put forward here is very similar to what was done last time, just that if 4 of 7 didn't want to fund a thing, then it wouldn't make it onto that list unless they could convince them at the council table.
Yeah, but I think that we do have sufficient funds to cover it because it is under what was required last year. So I think that Councillor Appleton nailed it by saying that, we can do this. So I think we would be well advised to consider, unless somebody was really opposed, which I can't believe that they would be.
We would just need an alternate process to be recommended then as part of this. So right now we have a motion that includes this, that we all get the amounts, we all fill in a thing, and we come back and we just average that, and then we make changes in the meeting as necessary. Yeah, I suppose you're right. In all likelihood, they'll come back and just be approved at the full amounts, given that we don't have to make the hard decision so much this year. But it's not automatic. There may be some people who feel strongly that there should be certain funding on certain issues. So either way, we'll have that debate. It's just more a process of how we get there. I'm happy to take guidance from council on this one.
I would certainly think that we could certainly, as members of council, read the applications that are put forward, and if we are satisfied that the information that is provided. I don't think that we need to do an averaging. I think we could simply put forward a vote on.
Okay, Councillor Zelka.
Thank you, Chair. On a close reading of the report, it basically suggests that perpetual and Oak Bay volunteer societies are effectively already approved, and we're really only talking about the annual discretionary. That list is not included that I can see on this list. So I would like to know what the annual discretionary list of folks are that make up the 77,000 before I do a blanket approval. So I would be fine to stay with the existing process. Thank you. For the discretionary ones.
Sure. So the discretionary ones, we're approving a process here for the discretionary. The ones that are included in the perpetual are the OBVS, Oak Bay Volunteer Services, and then there was an appendix added, if you have the updated agenda, that has the list of the CRD, Consolidated Benevolent Association, South Island Prosperity Project, etc., that are actually included as part of the perpetual grant model. So those would not be up for debate. It would just be the smaller grants that, we have a multitude of small grants that come in, often for $1,000, $1,500. And that would be, that long list of small grants has eaten up a lot of time in the past, which is why we tried the averaging last time and to kind of get it to, but we can certainly do it whatever way council wants to tackle it. We can do it line by line in the meeting at that point, that's fine. Now, Councillor Zelka.
Thank you. I just refreshed my agenda in iCompass, and I don't see the list that you're referring to, but I will check on the website to see if I can find that list.
Okay. Just for the interest of anybody who doesn't have it, the list of perpetual grants aid recipients, and there's notes attached to this. One is South Island Prosperity Partnership. One is Oak Bay United Church, which is just for parking. There's the Kiwanis Club of Oak Bay. There is the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association and the Capital Regional District. CRD is for the Bowker Creek Initiative Coordinator. The Oak Bay United Church is for payment for parking. And SIP is, of course, the 5th year of that agreement to fund their operations. So everything else would be included in that, is in the list of assessment. Is Councillor Appleton?
So then would it be appropriate at this stage of the game to make a motion to amend the staff recommendation to remove the average scoring piece and retain the rest as proposed?
Yes, I'm just going to pull it up here on page 1 of the rec. There's the process attached here. So so you're suggesting that step 3, that we don't allocate?
That step 3 be modified so that the averaging component is removed. Because it already includes language that speaks to not to exceed the total approved annual discretionary budget. Well, we understand by this report that the ask is not in excess of the annual discretionary budget. So then to my mind, the averaging component is unnecessary.
So I'm going to ask that you make that as a motion, but I'm going to just ask before you do that to consider, we're looking at this from a process of going forward perspective and trying to, which we made a significant change last time. It has some holes in that we didn't really take enough time, I think, to kind of find the right number as opposed to just the average number. And we probably had some asks that just didn't meet the sniff test and still had to debate them. Because 1 or 2 people wanted that and the majority didn't. So this was a means of tuning what we did last year to try and adjust it and then learn from this one and then adjust it again. So if we change it, I just want to have that mindset in mind. Is the changes just because we have a unique year this year, or is it because the process itself is not working? I guess would be my ask on that one.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I guess I'm making my recommendation based on the language of the report, which specifically says that this is for the 2020 grant and aid process.
No, it is absolutely just this.
I think it's worthwhile. I do agree, and I do appreciate that it's worthwhile mentioning that that averaging process be omitted in this year because the asks do not exceed the budget allocation.
Perfect. So can you just make that as a motion then to make the change? So we
Then I would make a motion to amend the staff's recommended process for dealing with grants specifically with regards to step 3 in the recommendation, to omit the averaging component for the 2020 budget year only.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Patterson? Anybody else want to, Councillor Patterson, do you want to talk to this? Or we'll just call the question if not. Anybody wants to speak to this item? So the motion is just to remove on step 3. It eliminates the next section as well, which just puts those caveats attached to those averages, but that's fine. Okay, so we have that motion in front to change and remove that. All of those in favor of that change? Councillor Appleton, Green, Patterson, and Nay, I think I see, and then opposed to the change. So Zelka, Murdoch, and Braithwaite opposed. That passes. So now we are back to the main motion as changed, just as it was, but without the averaging. So any other discussion? Seeing none. Okay, then all those in favor of the motion and opposed. Councillor Braithwaite opposed for the modified version. So that passes. So that moves us on then to next item on the agenda. So I'm just going to pull this up here. Which is our last, no, it's not, almost the last. Item number 8 on the agenda, the suspension of committee and commission meetings, that be extended to May 31st. You have the memo there. Are there any, I need a motion and then we can talk to it. Councillor Green, you're moving the motion. Is there a seconder? Councillor Appleton, thank you. Is there any discussion on this? Councillor Green?
Thank you, Mayor. And I have no problem with the motion as it is. However, I have a related concern, and that is, I guess my question is, where are we related to recruitment and selection of new volunteers for committees? We had made a commitment originally to have a target date of the end of June. I realize that this has been a bit of a moving target now with the pandemic, but I would like as much as possible to continue with recruitment and selection so that once some of these restrictions are lifted by the province, that we will be ready to go with new volunteers and the committees intact. I also see that for the Advisory Design Panel and for the Heritage Commission, it could be a potential business continuity issue for building and planning, because some of the applications require vetting by those two groups. So I'm just hoping that we will continue moving along with taking applications and the recruiting and selecting of volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Any other discussion on this? Oh, Ms. Varela, sorry, I should have asked you to introduce this item. If I'm just going to welcome our TA Varela to talk to this item.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this is one of those tasks, the commission and committee, that's actually multiple tasks wrapped up in that staff did identify as we would have to come back to you with adjusted dates, simply because everything has been EOC focused, getting staff working remotely, getting these kinds of meetings set up, as well as the other tasks. So we'll bring you back a revised timeline for that project. And as with regards to land use planning, we will be bringing you back I have a terrible feedback, sorry. We will be bringing you back a report on how that looks, because currently we're advancing applications up to a certain point. And then we'll be holding until either the province gives us directions as far as public hearings, or we find a way to advance through the advisory bodies as necessary. So right now, the timelines for these are severely impacted, but we'll bring you back a report for the commissions and committees. The mayor just had to step off for a minute, so if anyone wanted to ask other questions, I'm available to answer. Councillor Green?
Oh, thank you, Ms. Varela, and thank you for the update. Just wondering what the timeline looks like for these reports coming back to council. This is assuming, of course, that we're going to have more regular meetings on this platform until things change. Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, the question was related specifically to the committees and commission project?
Yes, that's correct.
So currently we'll be looking to onboard the new deputy director, which will help us currently with staff working 7 days a week on what we have on our plate. It will be as time permits. And we'll be bringing out a revised work plan for this department as well as the other departments across the organization so that we can talk to council about how these projects have necessarily had to shift.
Thank you, Ms. Varela. Councillor Green and then Councillor Patterson.
Just one more follow-up question, and I appreciate the situation and the information from Ms. Varela. But my only concern is how do we deal with volunteers who are feeling as uncertain as we are, I guess, in terms of the work related to the committees and commissions, other than the meeting issue? What do we, how do we manage some of the concern around the future of these groups? That's all. And that's coming from volunteers themselves, which is why I've raised it. Thank you.
Ms. Varela, do you want to address that, or just it's sort of a broader consideration for our decision making? Did you want Ms. Varela to address that question, Councillor Green, or?
No, that's okay, Mayor. I just want to make sure that we're all aware that there is some anxiety, obviously, among volunteers, and also the fact that, you know, that this process has been ongoing for 8 months almost. So it's just, you know, to bring some certainty for them as well as for our own processes. But that, I'm just raising it as an issue for volunteers and something that we're concerned about from a land use perspective. So I just want, you know, to give everyone a heads up that there are concerns out there among volunteers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I certainly echo Councillor Green's comments about this. I will also provide, I'm going to just throw this out. I don't expect that staff will be able to necessarily respond immediately, but the Heritage Foundation, which is somewhat arm's length, we are continuing and will have already been finding a way through to have an AGM, which is required. And they will, certainly I think the foundation will be looking to make recommendations on appointments. And so I am not certain how we will deal with that as council, because it's council that actually approves the appointments. So I just throw this out as this is something that is ongoing in the technology world. And so if staff could give us advice or directives of what we can do on that front, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I think there's a lot of things to work on this with our volunteers. Was there any other hands up on this? Councillor Zelka?
Thank you, Chair. I find in the wording of this motion, or is the wording of the motion mentioned in the report, that we have a council meeting next Monday. It's the first that I've noticed there's a council meeting. I was wondering, as part of this process, and maybe the work of the EOC committee or just management in general, that we could have an updated list of meetings posted to the website so that the public could have some idea, and me, as to what's going on.
I'll turn that over to Ms. Hopkins. I hadn't noticed that in the report. Go ahead, Ms. Hopkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this was the initial recommendation that we made as soon as we knew that we were activating the EOC and that the pandemic had been declared. And so this was our opportunity to say we need more information, and we knew that we had a scheduled meeting, and it was before we had actually suspended the regular schedule of meetings. So that's where the date for April 27th came from. So at this point, there is no regular schedule of council meetings. All the meetings that are being scheduled are special council meetings, and the items that are appearing on those agendas are being considered generally urgent or very time sensitive matters that are approved by the CAO and the mayor as indicated by previous council direction. And so at this point, we don't have a nice way of informing all of council and the public when meetings are happening, but we're sure doing our best to get the information out as quickly and as broadly as possible when they do get scheduled.
So I very much appreciate that response from staff. And I ask if staff could consider please updating the website where the meetings and agendas schedule for 2020 is listed. It still shows there was a meeting last Monday and a number of meetings and committee of the wholes and various other meetings that are happening later on this month and next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zelka. Is there anything else on this agenda? Councillor Green? Councillor Nady, do you have your hand up? Okay, thanks.
Just a quick question. Is there any indication of when or how we might resume regular council meetings? I mean, obviously not in person at this stage, but I am aware that some other communities, they're continuing to meet. So I just wondered, have staff, are they open to sort of looking at how we might do that? And I appreciate, the struggle, and I appreciate the comments from Ms. Hopkins too. Thank you.
Sure. I don't think we have a timeline for back to regular schedule, but perhaps is there any feedback in terms of anticipated increases to the frequency of meetings or where things are at this point? I'm getting a head shake in the room here, but I can maybe I'll turn off my mic again here and let Ms. Varela question. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So again, this is a capacity issue. So as soon as we can shift out of the mode that we're currently in to planning for return to normal business, which is underway from, as you can see, the next item on the agenda. I hope we can offer some measure of comfort in that staff is working on it to the best of their ability to the tune of 7 days a week. And as soon as we can come out with a schedule, both for committees and commissions and the council, and today it was a superhuman effort to get this online meeting going. Still some bumps to work out, but again, great strides being made. So kudos to staff for all the efforts, and we will be getting back to a more regular schedule. I just can't offer that to you right now.
I have to do a two-stage release here because we're just close enough that I get feedback if I don't mute and shut off my speakers. So there you go, Councillor Zelka. Answer for Ms. Varela. Is there any other questions or comments on this at this time? I'll just add my own reflections on this as well. I think I don't think we have any choice but to move this forward at this time. As we can't practically bring the committees and commissions back online, but the points raised are excellent. We really do have to look at replacement, recognition, the transfer process, and consideration of what we're going to do as next steps. And of course, our policies and procedures bylaw attached to that. So there's a lot of work to be done still to bring all of these back online. But I'm also very cognizant of the fact that there are a lot of ways that we can help people pay their mortgages and pay their taxes who live in Oak Bay, who work in the industry, in the building industry, by making sure that we're not putting up unnecessary barriers to building processes right now, or people who want to move into their houses but can't if we can't manage the inspection or the other processes attached. So and some of those do require or may need waiving of requirement of some of these committees and commissions, and so we can actually cause a lot of harm here if we're not careful about we need to make sure we're bringing these online when we can. So I'm fine with the motion. I think it's necessary at this time, and I also appreciate that it's coming back to us within the month to have a look at again, so or a month or so. All right, with that, any other comments? Not seeing any. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Opposed? Not opposed. Thank you very much. And second to last item on the agenda before adjournment is the land use applications process. We have a report here from the Director of Building and Planning, Mr. Anderson, who sat happily through this entire meeting remotely and ready to jump in here. Mr. Anderson, are you able to just give a quick overview of the report that you've prepared for us? There we go.
Here we are. Are we live? Your Worship, members of Council, I hope you can hear me on this. And by the way, I think that recent discussion on the last item is some pretty good context for what I was going to provide regarding our approach to land use applications, particularly the conditions that we find ourselves in. I know that staff have looked at this and looked at restrictions on public access to our facilities, on public engagement around mass gatherings, and the limits on public hearings associated with that. The mention of the suspended advisory committees and their role and impact on our application processes, particularly to do with our land use applications. These are all conditions that staff have had a look at, and in terms of information, what we've tried to do is provide council with a report that sort of provides some, I guess, modified approach to try and reflect what we're doing, but also to continue to, and I should note, we're continuing to receive and process land use applications. We do that electronically, and there's an awful lot of time spent with applicants on email and phone, just for council's information. So the land use applications that we speak to range, right from OCP amendments to rezonings, all the way through to upland siting and design and the various development permit, development variance permit applications. And what we've done is we've taken a look at that, and we've basically wanted to indicate to council that for all of the application types, we're taking those through and to the point where we have a fully prepared staff report and ready to go when we are able to get moving with respect to either committees or to council. But we also have some modified approaches that are provided for in the report. For example, development permits and development variance permits. We think we're in a good position to be able to bring those with a full report from staff to council for consideration. And so I highlight those because those we think we can advance. The other main ones that involve public engagement, public involvement directly, we are going to have to put those on hold once they get to that point of having a staff report. But we've also provided for, under heritage alteration permits and upland siting and design, the option of looking at minor applications and whether on a case-by-case basis we might bring those forward with a staff heritage professional review in the case of HAPS, or we do full review of the guidelines for uplands, and we can bring minor applications forward for council consideration. So we're trying to modify as we go and trying to keep these things moving and advancing. I'll make a general comment that we do have some new applications respecting land use, but what we have in the main are a good deal of applications regarding building permits. And I just wanted to let council know that we basically, as of yesterday, have 178 active building permit applications. So I wanted you to know and the community to know that we're continuing to work and process and conduct inspections with respect to building activity in the community, with the note to keep people employed and keep construction moving along. I think with that, I'd probably just leave that for council's information. And if there are any comments or questions around that, I'd be glad to take those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Councillor Ney and then Councillor Zelka. Councillor Ney, we can't hear you at this time. Your microphone must be off.
Oh, sorry, forgot to. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Anderson, through you, Mayor, for the update on how things are going in that department. I was just curious, you mentioned about, it sounds like the issue of public hearings is putting a stopper on some of the applications coming to completion. That amongst other aspects to the application process. But I think I read that you were waiting for some direction from the province about amendments that may be made to that. Is it the case that public hearings can't be done by video conference as so many of our other meetings are now? Is that one of the issues or the issue?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Nay, through you, Worship. That is the issue. We're waiting for clarification on being able to allow for public hearings to be held electronically. Currently, the position and the advice we're getting is that that's not the case, that we can't provide for the requirements for people to be heard through that process. And we also have, as you know, the proviso for many public hearings, the mass gathering and limit of 50 persons also provides an impact with respect to holding those. So we are waiting for some guidance from the province on public hearings, and that does, as you'll note, in the main affect those first set of applications that we referred to, the rezonings and the HRAs, the Heritage Revitalization Agreements.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nay. Councillor Zelka?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Through you to Director of Building and Planning. I understand some of our committees and commissions are, for example, the Board of Variance, which I guess is a committee. I'm not quite sure where it sits, is mandated by legislation. How are we handling those sorts of things that are mandated by legislation?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, so we do have a Board of Variance, as you note, and what we don't have are any applications for that Board of Variance. So at this point in time, we're not in a position where we need to sort of bring that group together. So I guess we'll wait on that one and act if we need to accordingly.
And I should just add to follow on to Councillor Nay's question. At the weekly calls with Minister Robinson on the on issues for municipalities, that board, the public hearing question is every time raised, and she assures us that they are working very hard on finding changes that allow public hearings to move forward. So I would expect it very shortly. They just haven't released them yet, but they do recognize they need to have consistency across the province on that one. Any other questions on this report? Nope. Oh, Councillor Patterson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Not particular. I'm happy to motion if we need it to receive this report, but while we have the advantage of having Mr. Anderson join the conversation, I would also just like to follow up on a note that I had that Building and Planning staff said that they would bring forward a report in April on community amenity contributions and the follow-up to the bylaw that council passed last year. So perhaps with all of the other reports, that is something that they could capture on the list and come forward to us at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I don't see any other hands. I have a question because and again, I have no issue with receiving this report, and I really appreciate having it. The question is raised in this report, Mr. Anderson, about how we differentiate when things that need to go to what's minor and what's not minor. And I'm just wondering if there's anything that might potentially go forward, if it's practical to have that just come to council and council make that determination whether or not they feel that's appropriate for us to consider without, because the advisory bodies are there to advise us, but there are times we might feel we want that advice and at times that we don't. I think we're probably a better place to be held accountable at this table than the staff are trying to make that determination of minor or not minor. So I'm just wondering if that's just a practical approach to considering some of these applications as they're coming in that would normally go to, say, an ADP or to Heritage for us to consider that. We could easily say, no, this needs to have some more input and we can send it off, and we would wait for that to happen. Is that something that we could possibly entertain? Thank
you, Your Worship. I will say that, of course, the short answer is yes, but what I will say that there are a number of applications, for example, say an accessory building or something of that nature for an upland siting and design that would fall into that minor category. For a heritage alteration permit, say a change in windows, for example. But But in terms of, for example, if we had a new house in the uplands, we could bring that forward with a full staff review of the guidelines, and at that point ask council if they'd wish to consider that, or to have us put that on hold until we can have our design panel input on that. So that is, I think, when we're trying to find that line, if you will, between minor and say major in those contexts, I think that's a reasonable approach to take, to bring that forward and then have council give some direction on whether or not they want to actually consider a decision on that, or have us get some further review. Thank you.
Yeah. I think that would be a good approach. I don't know how council feels on that one, but I think I think it would be unreasonable for staff trying to make that line, and I think would be held up poorly by the public if they let one go through and not another one. And I think it'd probably be better to come to this table for that decision to happen. I can certainly see many of them being held to just wait for the extra month to have that proper feedback, but there may be some that we consider to be, this council's been around now for a year and a half and has at least often much longer, and have a pretty good sense of some of these things. So good enough. So we just need a motion to receive this report. Moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Councillor Zelka?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll definitely be voting in favor of receiving this report, but I did want to take this opportunity, like some of my other council colleagues, to just take advantage of the fact that we have the Director of Building and Planning here with us to ask if it's possible, and it's up to you, Chair, if this is in order or not, to ask for a quick update on some of the special initiatives in the area of diverse housing. I understand that some of these are well underway, and some of them may be completed by now. Would you mind if we got a quick update? In particular, secondary suites, infill housing, housing needs report, village area plans.
I'm going to ask, I think that's a kind of report I think being written would be helpful to get some sense of it. I don't mind if Mr. Anderson wants to, if he wants to answer that question, but I think my preference would be that either, I guess procedurally here, maybe I'll turn to think, it's something that can be sort of circulated as an update by email just to council for information, and then being brought back more formally to receive at this table. I'm not sure what
that would be appreciated if Director of Building and Planning is willing to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get direction. Ms. Varela, can I get a back from you?
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. So what Councillor Zelka is asking for is actually the adjusted work plan that all the departments are working on at the moment. So with an eye to Council's strategic priorities, we will be doing a robust department by department analysis. I'd like a chance to review that work plan with my staff prior to presenting to Council and the public.
Sounds great. Thank you.
You're on mute, Kevin.
Mute. Can you hear me now? Okay, perfect. Thank you. It said I was, anyway, that's fine. So we have, I've lost track here. Ms. Hopkins, do we have a motion to receive? We did. Okay, perfect. Thank you. With that, no more comments or questions. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you very much. I just need a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? None opposed. Thank you, everyone. That was our first attempt at a Zoom meeting. It went pretty good. We will keep working on this technology and get it better and better. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you all soon.
I want to thank everybody for their help, all the staff for making it possible.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for all the help in getting this together. Thanks. Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.